successes. CALS, the CALS, is a unique approach for grade 4 to grade 8 students' language assessment, and TOSEL, the Teachers of English to the Speakers of Other Languages, is another test for language assessment by US education system and the board for their children, which is also used for the purpose of the immigrants' English language assessment as well. Language, numeracy, math, social studies, reasoning, and literacy have been given highly importance by the United States Board of Education for their kids from the very beginning. This is why they approach pre-K to grade 3 developmental skill, and they further approach through various test assessment in grade 4 to grade 8. These are the initiative for the universal development of their kids, but it is still not 100% successful, because it will take time, because I say this is a societal problems and all these things. The United States Initiative of Languages and Literacy Development should be followed by all. It could be a new lesson plan for the rest of the country's educational system. It is a hope showed by the United States of America for all. Now the question is, does it bring the interest among children? The answer is mostly yes. However, it has a negative side as well because of social economics, but students can participate in all government initiative programs, which is free for their life development. Participation brings joy, so they participate in everything. This is the motto of the entire things and all these things. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ananda Majumdar, for the presentations. We will not be taking questions yet, Dr. Amin.
I prefer to have it at the end for all the 4 presenters, because maybe some questions will be similar. So we will give 8 minutes at the end.
Okay. All right, so I think we can move to our second presentation. Our second presenter is Afaf Muhammad Al-Sakaf, who will be speaking on effect of teachers' feedback on English as a foreign language student speaking skills and experiment from Thamar University. So the presenter is actually from the host university, which is Thamar University. So I would like to invite Mrs. Afaf Muhammad Al-Sakaf to set up your presentation and begin the presentations.
Mr. Ananda, please stop your presentation. Okay.
Yes, I did.
Thanks.
I would also like to request you to put the presentation on slideshow mode. Just as a reminder, because just now we have the slides to be quite small. Do we have Afaf Muhammad Al-Sakaf here? Okay,
yes,
Afaf, please.
Yes, do you hear me?
Yes. Okay, so everyone, please welcome Mrs. Afaf Muhammad Ali Al-Awi Al-Sakaf to present a presentation. Please welcome.
Yeah, hello. I'm so happy to be part of this international conference. I will talk about my topic, the effect of teachers' feedback on EFL students speaking skill in the Faculty of Education, Thamar University. Introduction of the study. Speaking skill is considered as an important part of any language. Speaking as second language or a foreign language other than our first language is far from simple productive oral skill, which involves using different characteristics of language. Recently, people have come to a conclusion that humans don't learn the elements of language and then put them together in it. They learn the elements by interacting with people. Students are interested in this skill, in particular, especially students at university level, because they need to practice the target language fluently and accurately. Unfortunately, despite their strong will to speak accurate English, they still suffer from committing serious mistakes while speaking. As EFL teachers, we have to be careful when and how our feedback should be provided. Providing feedback is the responsibility of the teacher in the first place. In other words, to draw our students' attention to their speaking errors is our mission as EFL teachers, since the classroom may be the only environment where students can practice the language. The teacher plays an important role in teaching English as a foreign language. He plays the controller and more to achieve his goal. The teacher's feedback is a necessary part in the teaching and learning process. Thamar 2001 points out that we give feedback because we wanted to affect our students' language use in the future, as well as commenting upon its use in the past. It motivates learners to develop and produce sentences without hesitation or anxiety, and relies on teachers' advice and correction. What is feedback? Feedback is a form of assessment. It is essential for both learners and teachers at the same time. From one hand, it draws the students' attention to their weaknesses and strengths. From other hand, it helps the teacher to know what one has been doing right and where there is still need for improvement. Also, feedback means teachers' response to student work with the intention of further learning. Types of feedback. We have some types of feedback. First one, explicit correction. Refer to the explicit provision of the correct form. Teacher indicates that what the student said is incorrect. Involve the teacher's reformulation of all or part of student's utterances minus the error. Case teacher informs the student that there, in some way a repetition or reformulation is required. Repetition. Refer to teacher's repetition of the student's erroneous utterance to highlight the error. Metalinguistic feedback contains comments, information, and questions related to form the well-formedness of the student utterance without explicitly providing the correct form. The last one, elicitation, refers to a technique that teacher used to direct the correct form from the student. Problem of the study. Teaching English language as a second language, especially in Arabic society, needs a lot of particularity, like teaching aids, modern teaching methods, and various helpful strategies. Therefore, the researcher decided to apply one of these methods, which is called teacher feedback, which draws the student to learn from their mistakes, taking into account teachers' comments and recommendations. Question of the study. Is there any statistically significant effect of teachers' feedback on developing EFL student speaking skills? The objective of this study is to examine the effect of teachers' feedback on EFL student speaking skills. Research instrument. I have used pre-test, treatment, as well as post-test. Procedure of data collection, preparing the lesson plan, preparing the material, administrating the pre-test, conducting treatment, and administrating the post-test. Controlling the variable. I control the variable by using control the number of the students of both groups was 20 for each student. Control the period of teaching 9 weeks for both groups. Application of pretest for both groups, mental group, and this figure will illustrate the oral skill pretest of. Okay, for ensure the reliability of this study, the correlation coefficient of the test was calculated by using Pearson correlation, and this table will show the correlation coefficient between test and retest, and it indicates that it was acceptable, so it is statistically acceptable for the current study. Discussion of the finding concerning the main question of the study. The main question of the study was, is there any statistically significant effect of teachers' feedback on developing the EFL student speaking skill? For this purpose, the researcher examined the hypotheses that has found that the first evidence for the high effect of teachers' feedback on developing student speaking skill was that the experimental group's post-test score were observed higher and mirror than pre-test. This was proven by peer sample t-test results. The second evidence was confirmed by the fact the experimental by the teacher's feedback was remarkably better than that of the traditional class taught conventionally, and thus was proven by independent sample t-test results. Accordingly, this gave us an answer for the main question of the study that was remarkably significant effect of speaking skills. Those are some recommendations. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Afaf, for the presentations on the importance of teachers to give feedback to the students' speaking activity. And she has shown us that, in fact, there is a statistical significance impact on the effect of feedback. Okay, so we will move to the next presentation.
Thank you so much.
And Thank you so much, Afaf, again for
Thank you.
that.
Thank
So
you.
we will move to the next presentation. This is also, I think, from the same family member, maybe family member. Okay, so I would like to invite Mr. Hisham Muhammad Ali Al-Awi Al-Sakaf, who will be speaking on perceptions of Yemeni EFL undergraduates on the difficulties of speaking English in classroom. So without any delay, so please welcome Mr. Hisham.
Yes, Doctor. Doctor, it's clear?
Yes, we can see your slide now, and we can also hear you.
Okay.
All right, so please,
First of all,
you can start.
my title is Receptions of Yemeni EFL undergraduate on the difficulties of speaking English in class.
But Hisham, do you mind to speak a bit louder?
Do you mean to raise my voice?
Yes, yes, yes. If you can. Thank you so much.
Okay. Perceptions of Yemeni EFL undergraduate on the difficulties of speaking English in class. English Department, Faculty of Education, Thamar University, Yemen. Introduction. Speaking is generally thought to be the most important of the four skills. Indeed, one frustration commonly voiced by learners is that they have spent years studying English, but still they can't speak it. Curriculum of speaking doesn't contain enough exercises of speaking skills. Banks 2008 indicated that teachers should design FL curriculum based on the needs of the school and community. They should provide meaningful content, integrate students' interest, and use a variety of authentic materials that are within students' grasp. With regard to the Yemeni students at school and university levels, they have weakness in their oral communication skills in English language, either inside or outside the classroom. Statement of the problem. It's observed that the majority of undergraduate Yemeni students of AFL have a good knowledge in grammar and a wide range of vocabulary, but it is difficult for them to speak English properly. Several difficulties or factors negatively affect their speaking proficiency. Question of the study. This study aims to answer the following questions. What are the difficulties undergraduate EFL Yemeni students face in speaking English in class related to curriculum? Question number 2. What are the difficulties undergraduate EFL Yemeni students face in speaking English in class related to environment? Objective of the study. This, number one, identify the difficulties of EFL students face in speaking English related to curriculum. Number two, to identify the difficulties EFL students face in speaking English related to environment. Significance of the study. This study contributes to knowledge from the theoretical and practical perspective due to some illustrating. It provides a framework to knowledge based by developing model illustrating the difficulties of speaking English among EFL learners and there's that affect speaking English as a foreign language. In addition, this study contributes to the practical aspects through applying suggestions and recommendation out of the findings. The results will also be advantageous for the English teacher to minimize the difficulties encountered by EFL learners by using citable strategies and methods. Limitation of the study. The study has the following limitations. Human limitation. This study was limited to the English language students, fourth level, at the Faculty of Education, Thamar University. Temporal limitation. This study was carried out during the second semester of the academic years 2018. Topical limitation. This study investigated perceptions of the Yemeni EFL undergraduate on the difficulties of speaking English in class. Locative limitation. Faculty of Education, Thamar University. Methodology of the study. This study adopted the quantitative approach. Symbol of the study. The participants, 65 students, were the senior students studying in the Faculty of Education, the Mar University English Department. Instrument of the study. This study used a questionnaire to collect data. Statistical techniques used for the data analysis. The researcher used pretend statistical techniques such as descriptive statistics, means, standard deviations, and percentage to answer the question of the study. Person correlation, one simple t-test, independent t-test, test and retest, one way ANOVA. The findings of the study. The findings of the present study were summarized as follows. Number one, the study shows that EFL students speaking difficulties in the classroom resulted from curriculum was generally high. From the results, it can be said that the majority of the participants of the study agree that the lack of interesting speaking exercises From the results said that the majority of the participants of the study agreed that a lack of interesting speaking exercises is the main factors that hinder EFL students speaking proficiency. Such difficulties can be interrupted by the fact that most of the speaking curricula are still traditional and don't receive too much development. This may be due to the carelessness of the educational stakeholders and the less awareness of the decision makers to update these curricula. The findings number two. The findings show that EFL students speaking difficulty in the class resulted from environment was generally high. In the light of this result, it can be said that the majority of the participants of the study agreed that the big number of students in class, environment inside and outside the class, society and family environment are also some of the difficulties that reduce the students' perceptions and proficiency. Such difficulty can be interrupted by the fact that most of the teaching environment are still traditional and don't receive too much development. This may be due to the environment in class that teachers centered instead of students centered, and outside environment and as society and family. Recommendations of the study. Instructors should strengthen students' overall language abilities by encouraging them to speak English. Number two, for students to speak English inside and outside the class. 3. Students should use internet and chat to develop skills of speaking English with the native speakers. Number 4. More practical and functional communication skills should be emphasized in English education in order to attain better active oral skills. Number 5, including the curriculum many activities that meet students' language needs in the daily life and interesting topics for discussion that develop speaking. Number 6, instructors should use different strategies in teaching English language that meet students' needs and their interest. Instructors should encourage students to express their point of view and opinions in English. And that's all, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hisham, for the presentation, who have highlighted experience EFL learners when it comes to speaking the target language. We will go to comments later on, but let's move on to our final presentation, which will be delivered by Adanich Zemadi Waldemaria, who is a PhD scholar at English and Foreign Language University, Hyderabad, India, and also who is a lecturer at Arbormange University in the Ethiopia. So please welcome Mrs. Waldemaria to set up the presentation and also begin your presentation.
Okay, thank you, sir. Here it is. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say thank you for organizers and giving me such to present this paper. Let me start. Share first. Let me share.
Yes, please.
Is it visible?
Okay.
Not
yet.
Just on the way.
Okay.
Share. Share, please.
Maybe the slide is coming all the way from Africa, and we have all the international participants. So we have.
Yes, sure.
This is a very intercontinental session.
Sure.
Yes, sir, it is. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Is it coming now or not?
Sorry, but it's not yet projected.
Oh my God. Share. I'm sorry. What about now?
It is still the same. We still cannot see a slide.
Still.
If you are suffering, I can share from my side. But try
Yeah,
like
it's here. It's here. In the meantime, it is here, but I don't know why it is not going there. Just
no problem.
opening.
Take it slowly.
Shall I start?
Yeah, you can start, and I will share from my
Okay.
side.
My topic is in teaching listening comprehension. As you know, listening is a core skill for especially EFL and ESL context. Just I'm highlighting some of outline of my paper presentation. I have context, rationally, objective, procedure, and analysis. Finally, I will have conclusion and recommendation. When I want to say something about a review on learners' difficulties in listening comprehension, our EFL learners, I'm the part of that. EFL learners have difficulties in listening. Then most experts refer to that they have difficulties. For example, limited vocabulary, complex syntax, sound of the speaker, anxiety to understand every word, and the lacks. These are referred by different experts like Buck 2001, Harmer 2001, Ur 1919, Underwood 1989, Field 2008. Still, students have some problems, not exposure for native speakers accent in the classroom, specifically, as I told you, as a foreign speaker and as a foreign teacher, foreign language speaker of English and a teacher of learners. They have so many problems. They listen only the teacher voice only. And then they don't have exposure to listen to native speakers accent. For that, experts suggest solution. It is an excellent opportunity for learners to expose them to listen to more than just the teacher's voice only. Thamar says 2019, 10, sorry. Listening to different native speakers' accent of English will help students. Still, Lynch 2004 suggested such quotation. I'll add some more. Expose learners to practice with clear recordings. Noonan 2003. Modern podcasts, downloadable listening material, plays on MP3 player give for students listening opportunity. Harman 2001. Before I move on the discussion part, I want to say something about what a podcast itself. A podcast, as suggested by the expert and defined, audio and video content available on the internet. This is defined by Goghan.
Zwadi, in which slide you are now? Which number?
What is podcast?
The number of the
third, I think third or fourth.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I don't have a number here. Have you got?
Yes, please proceed. And you have too many slides, so try to just bring here the gist, the main ideas.
Okay, okay, okay. Let me try again, maybe, to share.
I am sharing already. Just go on. I am following with you.
Okay, okay. What's a podcast? Podcast is defined by different experts like Goghan and Class. The same definition is given by Goghan and Class, Dundee and Hockey, 2008, which is audio or video files which are found in the internet and can be downloaded immediately by the computer or mobile devices such as MP3 player for listening or viewing. On the other hand, the other expert, Irban, Ban and Custody, 2009, says that podcasts are listening facilitative tools. Next, 2008, podcasts are off-air recording or download recording materials from the internet. So why do we need podcasts for EFL or ESL context? As you know, the former or earlier, we are teaching our students listen and answer kind of thing. Currently, technology changed everything, as you know, as we are talking now. So this student has to listen from downloadable internet, different listening materials, which is suggested by Vandergrift and Goff 2012 recently, which says that the rapid spread of technology has opened up new avenue for listening development. Podcasts give exposure for the learners to practice listening, not only in the classroom, but also outside. Moreover, Chabola 2009 suggests that podcast is becoming an important tool in higher education courses. Still, so many ways of teaching English through technology are available now. Of these technologies, podcasts become common in tertiary education. So I don't know which selection and evaluation criteria you use when you select listening text from internet. This is answered by you, and then I leave the question. And my rationale for this paper is when I try to search podcasts from the internet to make some research, I couldn't find selection criteria. That's why I came to the point of this. And I observed that in the research, thesis presentation and journal, teachers and researchers choose web resources without evaluation or selection criteria of listening text. Rather, they use maybe their experience to select text from internet. When learners listen to listening text with difficult accent or long text speed, maybe they may face difficulties in listening. When teachers use listening text criteria, it should be good, and then according to their objective of their teaching, they can select and use for classroom. When I come to the objective of this, the first main objective is to evaluate and analyze the best podcast with the listening text criteria for teaching listening, maybe to update, specifically to update teachers to use such criteria while they listen to the listening text. The procedure and analysis includes that selecting websites for listening compression, evaluating the website, comparing the listening text criteria, adapting criteria, evaluating the selected audio podcast, and describing the best podcast websites for teaching listening. When I come from the first, how can I select website from teaching listening? Listart suggested that listening has to be practiced with these web resources they give. For example, Lynch 2004. Okay, let me come for the conclusion might be, or the analysis part, sorry. When we look to select texts from a website, we can use selection criteria, which is set by Dundee and Hockey 2008. 4 criteria. Those 4 criteria are accuracy, currency, functionality, and content. Based on this criteria, I have selected 3 podcasts from 3 websites. Based on this selection criteria, I evaluated and come to 3 podcasts from each, and listening text selection criteria I used from Underwood and Dundee and Hockey, that is edited by Harmer 2008, and then selection criteria used and adapted that criteria. Listening text selection criteria, all BBC ELO, I used 3 websites, BBC, ELO, British Council. Those all BBC ELO is good in currency, good in content, functionality, and accuracy. Rather, they are a little bit defect on currency, because BBC is better or excellent material than ELO and British because of currency. It is updated day by day. The podcasts are uploaded day by day. That's why. When we look at the listening text selection criteria, all BBC, ELO, and British Council have excellent podcasts with regard to language, length, speed, quality of production, and communicative purpose of the text criteria. BBC has latest topics. Because of this, it
please go to the conclusion. The next slide, go to the conclusion, please.
Okay, sir. The 2 criteria that is used in this paper are very important to evaluate websites and to select listening text. Teachers can adapt the podcast if they want to use for class. For example, if it is long length text, they have to segment and cut off some parts, unnecessary parts. Maybe it might be ads before and be adapted according to the suggestion of this expert. Teachers and publishers of the podcast have to consider the listening text and website evaluation criteria. Directors of podcasts have to publish up-to-date podcasts. Moreover, evaluating and selecting appropriate listening text help researchers who are interested in teaching language skills through technology. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. This is Adanish for the presentation. Sorry for the technical glitch, but luckily we have that admin to save us by projecting the slides from Phonetics Laboratory. Okay, so I think I have like a few minutes to discuss the papers and also come up with the conclusions. Am I right, Tami?
Yes, sir. You can open the discussion for open the session for discussion, questions, clarifications.
Okay, so maybe I can open the sessions for questions. If there's any questions that I can take, any questions from the audience, you can unmute yourself and then just simply mention the questions. I will try to get back.
Okay, so I have a question to the chair. My name is Ananda.
Yes, yes, to the chair. Yes, okay.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir.
Excuse me, state your name and country, and then go ahead with a very brief question.
Okay, so I am Ananda Majumdar from Canada. So my question is, was my all slides like visible or not?
Yes, yes, we can see your slides just now, but it's just that you forgot to put your slides on the slideshow mode. Then we have to really look at your slide because the font size is quite small. Then we have to really pay attention and put our eyes close to the monitor because you did not put your slide on slideshow. But yes, we can see your slide, no problem. Don't take that too seriously, Mr. Ananda.
Okay, thank you so much.
No problem. Right, is there any other questions related to the presentation?
I think it's wonderful presentations by everyone. So I have no question about it. Thank you so much. But I thank you very much. I thank you very much for wonderful like management about these things and maintenance of
Please, your name and country. Excuse me, my dear friends. State your names and countries if you are speaking. And if you are a presenter, you can just receive the questions if there are questions.
Okay, while waiting for the questions, maybe I can somehow highlight the findings of the presentations that we have listened just now. So we have listened to 4 presentations basically, and we can say that the theme of the presentation is within the area of teaching, speaking, and also probably listening. So we can see that the idea of teaching of speaking and also listening to the students of either ESL or EFL learners is for them to have the ability to communicate. So we want our students, once we teach them the language, we want them to have the ability for them to use that particular language. I would like to give you example from me, myself. I have been studying, for example, I have been studying Arabic for how many years, but because of no one to speak Arabic with me, then I cannot use the language properly. I the grammar, I got A for the paper, but sadly, I can't speak the language. I just know on paper. So that is one difficulty that has been highlighted by Mr. Hisham, if I'm not mistaken, just now. So difficulties in our teaching of speaking and also listening, number one probably is related to the curriculum of that has been set by the ministry or by the schools. So we somehow have to, and also the environment. Environment is very much important for us to foster the speaking skills among our learners. In addition to these particular factors, we can also see that the teacher's role is very much important because teachers need to give feedback. In addition to having these activities in class, then teacher also should play roles by giving feedback, making them live in classroom activities, all these kind of things. Okay, and then in the skill of listening, I would like to give you. When Mrs. Danish mentioned just now, this class just now is very interesting because I remember my friend before. My friend who is from Afghanistan, who came here to study in Malaysia. The language is very much poor. But then he spent 6 months in the library listening to BBC News. He did not do anything. He just listened to BBC News every single day, like 4 hours every day. And then after speak to me in a very thick British accent. So this is very much surprising because you can see the effect of listening to something, even we don't have the motivation to listen to that very much particular, but still it has some sort of effect. So the presentation just now really reminds me of my friend who I have not kept in touch for how many years already.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so so with these 4 presentations, we can come up with solutions to the problems of teaching, speaking, and listening. So teachers, number one, should make the classroom activities to be more interesting, to be relevant to the learners' background. For example, now we are in the age of digital technology, with all these social media accounts, TikTok, YouTube, all these kind of things. So we teachers should manipulate, use all these kind of resources to make our teaching to be much more interesting and relevant to them. So when the teaching materials are relevant to them, we can see that it will bring much more interest for them to practice the language. Okay, maybe I should stop now. Or we have questions.
Thank you, dear Professor Muhammad Azani Asad from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia.
Thank you.
Thank you for accepting the invitation and sharing the session. And as long as there are no further questions, we can conclude this session. And we request if anybody has a question, he can send to the conference email. That is kerala@gmail.com. And we will contact with the researchers and educators. With this, we come to the end of the first technical session of the day. And thank you for everyone.
Thank you so much.
Goodbye, sir. You can keep with us. I know that it is now beyond 2 o'clock in Malaysia. You are ahead 2 hours and a half. And in Yemen, they are back 2 hours and a half. So there it is morning, here it is afternoon, and maybe after some time it will be evening in your place.
No, in Malaysia now we are close to the end of office hour. I'm ready to pack my bags and go back home now.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you so much. It's nice to know each one of you. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. Goodbye. So now I would like to invite Mr. Pascal to invite the next chairperson, Professor Rajendran, sir. Is Mr. Pascal available?
Yeah, I'm there. Are you audible to me?
Okay,
Audible to you?
yes, sir.
Okay.
You are most welcome, my dear sir. So now we will start with the formalities, and I would like to invite Miss Sruti. She is a research scholar in the Department of Linguistics at Kerala University to introduce our eminent scholar who will chair the session right now. Yes.
Moving to our beloved teacher. Moving to our next technical session, it's a great proud that we have with us our beloved teacher and one of the
Sir. Sir, sir.
Yeah, it's a great proud that we have with us our beloved teacher and one of our country, Professor Rajendran Shangaravelayudan. He was the former professor, Department of Linguistics, Tamil University, Tanjavur, India. He had undertaken a number of research projects like compiling a thesaurus for modern Tamil, word formation in Tamil, Indian language to Indian language machine translation, and he has developed a visual thesaurus for Tamil, which is uploaded in the Tamil Virtual Academy website for the users. At present, he is collaborating with Toronto University, Italy, in linking Indian WordNet with Universal Knowledge Core and working on building a retrieval system on ontological structure of Dravidian language. He has more than 20 books and 102 published papers in his credit. His contributions are immense that we couldn't sum up in a day. So, with all honor, we invite our beloved teacher, Professor Rajendran Shangaravelayudan, to chair the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, organizers, especially my friend Amin for his interest on me, and other, of course, he asked me personally to chair the session. Really, really, I'm appreciating Professor Amin to organize, along with Professor Srinivas, this wonderful webinar seminar on from the virtual media. It's going on very well. Congratulations to both, especially to Professor Amin. Let me, of course, now move to the session. Starting a session, there are 4 papers, and let me, and I should tell them that they are given 10 minutes and 2 minutes for discussion. So let me invite first Purendra Bikash Debanath. Okay, he is going to talk about the topic on usage of digital tools in the epoch of online learning, challenges and issues. Okay, please.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thanks for the opportunity. I'll straightforward go to my presentation. Is it visible? Hello?
Yes, dear, you can go on. It is very visible and very clear, and your sound is nice. Go on in 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My presentation is on usage of digital
Your sound is not audible. Excuse me, Fernando. You are not audible. Can you please unmute yourself?
Yeah, it's not audible.
Fernando Bekash from Hyderabad, please unmute, turn on the mic.
Is it okay now?
Yes, go on.
Is it okay now?
Yes, my dear, go on.
Okay, sorry for the interruptions. And okay, so I think you guys you didn't hear about the introduction. Okay, much not to give about the introduction. And okay, so it's all about the my presentation is on this how teachers, educators, and these learners are getting coping up with the present scenario of online learning. So going to roll out digital tools, technology in ESL classroom. Actually, digital tools in ESL classrooms, when done correctly, help students to achieve their higher literacy and comprehension according to Matterson and Morgan 2008. And also new technologies, uses of new technologies also lead learners to quickly master new language skills through exposure to a variety of new technologies. And also they learn new how to they also motivate learners for an extended period of time. So usage of digital tools has immensely changed the discourse of language learning also, and teachers should select it when it is best for the students that they are learning. Application of digital tools also have increased students' motivation, in students' engagement, collaboration, and hands-on learning opportunities, and allows for learning at all levels. So, and this has apparently increased the confidence among the students and build up the technology skills. Jayanti and Kumar states that using technology brings positive impacts on language learning and makes learning student-centric, which puts an end to traditional teaching-centric learning. And if technology is designed properly and targeted towards the students' interest, the boundaries of teaching methodology and also student interest can be expanded greatly, which will benefit both the students and the teachers in English as a second language classroom. So these are the second language theories and technology which 1931 and 1962 have extremely studied the developmental learning strategies of ESL learners, and in they have discussed their stages, and in the stages they found that the developmental theories provide a better picture for understanding learning process and also the language acquisition process. They also emphasize, because and both Piaget emphasize on the role of social context in the knowledge construction process. And this process, which is also known as constructivism, emphasizes the importance of peer interactions in cognitive development. So Piaget has stated that during peer interaction, cognitive conflicts get resolved, and which and the development of cognition. So online learning, which is part of digital development learning, focuses on online community and fits in Piaget's constructivist theory. Cassin's 1982 advocates the importance of a motivating learning environment, which he says increases English language learners' acquisition rate. Cassin's 1982 effective filter hypothesis emphasizes the importance of the students' emotional conditions. So in Cassin's perceptions, SLA success mostly depends on a learner's attitude towards learning. So if it is negative, then he or she doesn't learn actually. So proper learning happens when there is an environment that motivates him to learn and provides him with a comprehensive input, and a low filter environment, that is that if it is a low filter environment, then most likely he will be in a pessimistic manner. Like in low filter environment, which should be of free of anxiety and boredom, which will ensure effective language acquisition. So digital tools, if we apply digital tools to motivate ESL learners, so there is a possibility of positive encouragement, which will increase the students' involvement, and this in turn will help in the learning process, and also will clear the ability of the challenges and issues as said by limited such as accessibility, students' level ability to class, and to come to internet services are still a bigger issue. Using method to educate students will not be easy. Many students, especially those who are from villages, do not have access to required devices, and also teachers are not familiarized to themselves with the technology. And this is for older teachers who never use platforms like Zoom or Google. And I have conducted a small study to substantiate this. And in India, the National Policy on Information Communication Technology, which was framed in 2012, talks about literacy and ICT enable teaching learning processes through the development of ICT infrastructure and providing digital resources in a phased manner. But in reality, the policy is to see a implementation at all levels. So modes of education, continuing education, teacher capacity building, and asset platform. But ICT actually plays a significant role in disseminating knowledge. So I have just mentioned some of the digital tools which are available for ESL classroom, both for the teachers and for the learners. I have mentioned here the Voki Central, English Central, and these are all on the internet, and Daydate, which is an education platform that allows creating educational lessons. And here also we have this game-based classroom system. So these are all digital tools which are available. And case study, coming to case study which I have conducted, study was conducted among English teachers of government school. I have just conducted schools males, and I have the question was sent to 25 teachers, but among them 12 had responded. Questionnaire consisted of 10 questions, and the purpose of the study is to find out how secondary school teachers use technology in online learning schools and what technology they followed for instructional purposes, and also the attitudes and beliefs towards technology has also been noticed. So the result shows that 94% participants, based on the 10 questionnaires which I have not mentioned here, said the participants, the teachers actually, they never used or heard of Zoom or Google Meet or any other platforms. 4% said they have heard of it but never used it. Others didn't respond to it. 34.5% said online learning platforms are better than traditional classrooms, but didn't give any explanation to substantiate it. 25% have stated that traditional classroom teaching is the best. 99 participants have responded that they have never heard of Kahoot, Nearpod, any digital tools, and 1% they didn't respond. Majority of the participants have said they have no smart classroom in their schools, those who are like in government schools. 86% participants have said that usage of technology is for instructional purposes. Lack of internet connections and also smart devices takes support were the major problems faced by the students as responded by the teachers. And participants, 51% participants also believe that learning online learning can be, and 32% believes that no, it can not, that both will happen in a blended way. So not a single person had attended a workshop. So I have asked them attended any workshop on ESL classroom. So they said no. So the study shows that most of the teachers are comfortable with online learning with the availability of teaching learning platforms, though there are they have no first-hand trainings, and there is also lack of technological support. and there are also several episodes of technological failures. Technology support can be extended or expanded by mitigating the problems. So I have discussed this, and additional time for planning lessons that use technology and further professional development related to technology are a deemed necessity for. So, and like training and also.
Can you please
Yeah,
quote time is
just
over for your session.
and also I have mentioned here the online platforms from where get themselves trained also, and sectors so which are keeping a pace for technological revolution can optimize learning instruction and equip teachers to connect with the classroom language learners. So coming to conclusions, usage of ICT in ESL classroom has been increasing and has changed the way teachers teach and the students learn. And so we have this government platform also, SWAM, from where teachers can get them to train. And so technical competency of online educators is of utmost importance, and rigorous quality management programs and continuous improvement are pivotal for online success and making people ready for any crisis like this situation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Devnath, for your wonderful presentation. Shall we 2 minutes and so that others can question him or make some suggestions? Please, suggestions or questions are welcome.
Observations and questions are welcome.
Yeah, please.
Am I audible? Hello.
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you, sir.
If I don't know, if there is no question, shall we move on to the next one?
Yeah, we
Yes,
can
sir.
take the question and of the session.
Okay, fine. Okay, now let me move on to the second paper in the session by Preeta PV. She is going to talk on an alternative pedagogy for online classroom language learning. Please.
Yes, she's a
Now.
Data. So let us give them some problem solving thinking things like higher order thinking questions for them to ponder over. Possible pedagogic practices would be, as a language teacher, a joint productive activity where the teacher and it could be assignments, posters, many ways of. The other one is a language development activity which goes across the curriculum. Now, why I say across the curriculum is because it is only the language teachers who can give our learners a bit of soft skills and other. So this type of an activity us in this developing language development activity of. Next one is contextualization, making meaning by connecting school to the learner's life, providing challenging activities, and also giving them an conversation. All will the school days after the pandemic be? It's not going to be the old school classes. It's going to be really tough for our teachers to manage real classrooms and the technological aid. So one possible suggestion that can be put forward is the use of flipped classrooms in the higher secondary sections. These flipped classrooms are more or less used in the graduate and postgraduate and in the university levels across the globe. But in the higher secondary sections, what is this? Now, this is what it is. Look at it. The simpler thing. A child who has already used the internet, who knows so much to work with technology, he would find it very difficult not to use it after he gets into the class. So what does a teacher do? A teacher outside the class, she gives him, sends across links of videos, demonstrations and simulations and games, etc. on a particular topic. Back in the class, the child goes and he engages deeper in the content with the help of the teacher. Goes in for collaborative projects, individual and group problem solving, and peer-based learning activities. So down the slide, you will understand that all the learning outcomes get to be properly filled in over there. Now going to the next slide, you will find what the wave tells you about. First, before the class prepares activities, participates in activities. In the class, they go in for application of key concepts with feedback from the teacher and going for an understanding and an extension of their learning with their peers. So now this last slide is actually to the molders of the new gen, that is teachers of my sort. Every one of us fear that the old conventional classrooms will not be in existence. But whatever be it, whatever the doubts be, I genuinely feel that the role of a teacher is not merely a person who is there to extend or use IC. I have read somewhere across, maybe in basically autonomous, the majority develop their own pedagogy. So evolving alternate language teaching methods for the changing time is the need of the hour. And as I as I end my slide with the saying, I reach out to all. For us teachers, the race towards excellence never ends. Thank you.
Thank you, Preeti, for your excellent presentation. Shall we invite questions, or shall we invite questions, or we'll move on to the next paper?
Yeah, we can proceed, sir, to the next paper. Then
next paper. Okay, thank you. Okay, so now we are moving on to the next paper by Anish Koshli, and the person is going to talk about online language assessment, best practices for test security and test validities. Present your paper.
Thank you, Professor Rajendran. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible. Definitely audible.
Thank you. Thank you, organizers, for this opportunity to talk about online assessment and some best security and test validity as it gets evolved at our place. I am a faculty at the Department at the English and Foreign Languages University, Hyderabad. The background to this particular paper is, of course, the pandemic that all of us are talking about. What basically happened with the pandemic is that face-to-face classes were suspended. We've heard a lot of discussions and papers dealing with how teachers had to switch from their conventional classrooms to online.
If I still have time, can I go on, Professor Amin, or will that be it?
Yeah, if you need to add some fruitful points in 1 minute.
Basically, what I really wanted to say here is that essential when it comes to spoken activities, because the student is able to identify his or her mistakes when they funny note. I don't know why that happens in India, but then later when they understand the nuances of the International Phonetic Alphabet and the purpose behind setting it, I think they get the knack of it and then they begin to enjoy it. And I can say with some confidence that the students that have graduated from our correct pronunciation of a word when they look at the phonetic alphabet. So that is, I think that that would be added to probably one of the achievements that the department has. Also, I think when it comes to task-based learning, like I said, we do not focus much on the concept or clarifying the concepts to K-12 or K through 12 students, because at this stage in their education, I think it is learned through experiences. They learn through projects instead of learning through direct concepts. So that, I think, is the major pointer. That I think is the major conclusion that I would like to make in this presentation. Thank you. Thank you for hearing me, and thank you for being so patient.
Thank you, Nupur Shah. You were really, it was very informative.
Thank you.
I really enjoyed your talk. A lot of points actually are placed before us, of course, with limited time, of course, no.
Thank you, Professor Rajendran.
It wonderfully well. And now, of course, let me conclude the session. I hope I'll be concluding. Yeah.
Yes, we can open the session for discussion. If there are some people who have questions or suggestions.
Yeah. As Professor Amin has pointed out, we can have some discussion if anybody is interested. Please,
okay. Can I ask one question?
Yeah, please. Yeah, there's.
I would like to ask Mr. Anish. I think it was a nice presentation, and I have learned a lot. So my question is, what do you think the applicability of assessing writing skills? You mentioned that the assessment should be friendly and accessible, and it should be focused on multiple choices. However, there are different arguments regarding assessing writing skill. Writing should be assessed through writing. It should not be multiple choice. It should not be true or false. So what do you think about this? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amare. As I said in the beginning of my presentation, I was talking about 3 papers which involved multiple choice questions. I did not talk about the remaining 4 because they did not involve multiple choice questions. What they involved was long essay answers. And going by how technology is a factor for many of our students, and access to laptops are also a factor, handwrite their answers, sometimes scan and mail it back to us, or we ask them to click pictures of that and send it back to us. So in that sense, it was not very different from a conventional examination where you have to write long answers, because these papers, which were on themes of ELT, etc., they wanted students to write long answers. So we did have some of the papers which had long answers. Of course, none of this solves the problem of impersonation, whether it's multiple choice questions or somebody writing it and clicking pictures and sending to us. We will still never know who took the exam as long as they are writing it in their homes, unless we're going to invest in all these proctoring tools and invade into everyone's privacy just for examinations. I hope I answer your question.
Yeah, yes, nice. Next. Somebody raised the question. I mean, actually, I have seen Amel Mayaku. Yeah, please do. Yeah, please spell out. Yeah, your mic is off.
Okay. Doctor, may I have a chance to have a question?
Yeah, please do.
Okay.
Yeah, you're audible. Please do it. Again, you're putting down. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, and particularly the first 3 presenters.
Some problem? Some problem with him, I feel.
Focused on online teaching and online assessment. The question here is actually.
Nothing is audible.
Is it audible now?
Shall we move on to the next question?
Yeah, please go on with your question in short.
Okay, just the short question is, how is it possible to address this kind of teaching, online teaching, for students from the rural areas?
Yeah, please answer. Do that.
Whom are you addressing?
Nupur Jha or what?
Just my question is to any of the first three presenters, because they focus on online teaching. So that's the first presenter can't write.
Yeah, please, anybody can. Hello, Nupur, you can answer. Who else is? Or Koshi, why don't you try? Yeah, is some question of him? Will you be able to answer him?
Yes, when you talk about students in the rural areas and online education, from our own practice, I can tell you that asynchronous videos are of a great help. That is, we don't insist that our students have to come and sit when we schedule the timetable and say that from morning 9 o'clock till evening 5 o'clock, sit here online with us, because one, they do not have connectivity for such long times. They do not have data packs to support 5 hours of online teaching. So what we have strategized is that we make video lessons, which we share with them, which is available to them to watch at any time that they are free to watch them. That is much before even the classes happen. And in the timetable, we have marked it as asynchronous videos. You have watched, we tell them, you are free now. You don't have to sit online. You've already seen these videos. So that was one way in which we dealt with it. So whenever they had the internet, whenever they could access, they downloaded them and they kept it with them and they have watched it whenever. So that was one of the strategies that can be adopted, instead of insisting that everyone has to sit live in your class every time when you schedule a class. That's difficult.
Thank you so much. Anyone? Any question? It's okay. Somebody?
Okay, sir. There are no further questions. We can conclude the session.
Yeah, we can come. Yeah, it's a really a wonderful session. We had rather there were 4 papers. There are 3 of them are actually, advocating for online learning kind of thing, and the third one is actually a kind of classroom oriented one. All the papers are really good. I really enjoyed listening to you. You made the opportunities when you in a nice fashion. And of course, in this context, I like to thank the organizers, like Professor Amin, Professor Shanu, and others who made this webinar for us and listen to each other. Thanks to one and all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, my dear professor. Actually, if we keep speaking until tomorrow morning, we cannot fulfill the mission about your achievements, your contributions. You are so helpful and also cooperative. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you for all the 4 paper presenters. And now we will have the next technical session, which will be the 3rd of the day. And it will be chaired from Saudi Arabia, specifically from Jeddah, King Abdulaziz University, by Dr. Bassem Al-Amri. And here I invite our research scholar, Riyun. She is from Mongolia. She is doing her PhD at Killa University in the Department of Linguistics, to introduce Dr. Bassem Al-Amri. Yes, please, Riyun.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm really happy to introduce Dr. Bassem Al-Amri from Saudi Arabia. What happened? Louder. Good afternoon. I'm really happy to introduce Dr. Bassem Al-Amri from Saudi Arabia, and he is institute at King Abdullah's University, Saudi Arabia. By the way, he was a classmate of our Dr. Amin. He got his PhD in MA in English language teaching from KSA. He studied MA linguistics at Murray State University, USA, and he obtained his PhD in linguistics from College of Education, University of New Mexico, USA. His research interests revolve around topics related to second language academic writing and publishing, including gender studies and corpus linguistics, English for academic and specific purposes, discourse analysis, and technology in the classroom. He has a number of research articles published in international journals. He is the director of the Academic Writing Center at KSA University in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. So thank you for inviting me to share this session, which is going to be fruitful and informative for all of us as well. Thank you, Dr. Amin, and thank you for your wonderful presentation. And I would like to...
Are you available? Yes, he's there. And also we have Amira from Ethiopia. Very fine. In fact, there was Mr. James, but he apologized at the end, the last minute. So we are replacing him with Miss Bushra from New Delhi. And Mr. Anil, are you available?
Yes, sir, present.
Okay, so, Dr. Basim, you can initiate and start the session, thankfully.
All right, thank you, Dr. Amin. Okay, we'll begin our session today with Dr. Bantalem. Well, he's from Waldia University in Ethiopia. He's going to present about using inquiry-based instruction to develop students' academic writing skills. Okay, the floor is yours, Dr. Bantalem. You may start now.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me first share the slides.
Yes.
Am I audible?
You can start. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. First, I would like to thank the organizers just to give me this wonderful opportunity to present my paper in this session. The topic is, as you can see, using inquiry-based instruction.
Sorry, Mr. for the interruption, but if you can speak louder or bring the mic nearer to the mouth, that would be better.
Okay. The title is Using Inquiry-Based Writing Instruction to Develop Students' Academic Writing Skills. Is it audible? Is it audible now?
Yes.
Okay. Begin with the introduction. Inquiry-based instruction is a form of gaining knowledge and skills through asking for information. It means the students themselves ask questions and they investigate their own writing topics to get their own answers. Inquiry-based learning is a language learning method under the umbrella of communicative approach. There are various active learning methods under communicative approach, like inquiry-based learning, task-based, problem-based, case-based, and others. So from these active learning methods, inquiry-based learning can be taken as part of the communicative approach. Inquiry-based instruction is needed just to fill the gaps of the existing learning methods. There are gaps that are identified by various researchers, so it's needed in language learning to fill the gaps. In inquiry-based instruction, identify and research problems or writing issues through research. This study was quasi-experimental, especially the pre-test post participants were first-year pharmacy department students at Rift Valley University in Ethiopia, and these students were selected using availability sampling, and that means the students were enrolled in the course academic writing skills. The students were two classes, experimental and control, while the experimental group were 32 in number and the control group were 30. That means a total of 34 students were participated in this study. To say something about the data gathering instruments, essay writing tests, focus group discussion, student reflective journal, and content analysis were used. The essay writing tests were both pre-tests and post-tests, 3 post-tests and other 3, three pre-tests and other 3 post-tests were used to collect. Then the focus group discussion, it was conducted with the students after the intervention. The student reflective journal were conducted while the intervention were going on, reflecting on their the strong sides and weak sides of using inquiry-based instruction in the writing classroom. Finally, the content analysis, the students' papers, the students' essays were evaluated at the end. The data analysis methods used in this study, the quantitative and qualitative data analysis methods were used because the nature of the data were like that, quantitative and qualitative. The quantitative data gained through the tests were analyzed through independent sample t-tests using SPSS version 26, and the qualitative data, the focus group discussion, student reflective journal, and the textual analysis were scholarly source and grammatical range and accuracy. So both quantitative and qualitative data analysis methods were used to analyze the data. To say something about the intervention, that means the classroom practice in this inquiry-based learning. First, the questions, that means they discover their own writing topics based on their own interest. Then having their own topic, they investigate or search for information from different sources, from the library, using the hard copies and the soft copies. Even the students are
for instance, these scholars mentioned that critical thinking encompasses understanding, discovering, and indicating solution, and it's also the ability to ask and answer questions. Critical thinking skill helps students, especially in academic writing skill, as we all know. The student analyze, develop, interpret different source. Thinking skill helps students to develop reflective analysis, rational thinking, logical interpretation, evaluation skills. So different researchers in relation to critical thinking propose different strategies in order to enhance the students' critical thinking skills. But the students' critical thinking skill problem is still there. Necessary skill for students' academic writing skill. And when we talk about critical thinking skill and the students' language learning, they're similar, they're interrelated. Language learning is a cognitive process that includes identify, process, communicate efficiently and effectively. Language competency is crucial, and also for learning other language skills, to express arguments, show the writer's speaker's position, and it is a vehicle for critical thinking skills. Accordingly, learners need to learn and acquire authentic and genuine linguistic elements that can be used in students. So let's see some pointers. What is corpus is all about? Corpus is an authentic and genuine language data, which are assembled, corpora which are assembled and exploited through a user-friendly software. As I tried to mention, it is naturally occurring authentic spoken and written data assembled through explicit criteria. In order to design a certain corpus, the designer need to have an explicit criteria and exploited through a user-friendly software. So it is assumed that the researcher assumed that if the student instructed through these authentic linguistic elements, the student may improve their critical thinking skills. They try to find different solutions for the language problem. They share different experiences in order to think rationally, in order to, it also gives a great opportunity to choose the appropriate linguistic elements. So it enhances their judgment skills, their thinking skills. They also engage on self-corrective and analysis and problem-solving skills. So the problems are here. Why I'm interested to engage on students' critical thinking skills. The first is the students have difficulty in critical thinking skills. Different researchers mentioned that the students have difficulty in, especially EFL students have difficulty in critical thinking skills, especially in academic writing skill. The other point, foreign language students have a lack of critical thinking skills and engagement. And besides that, as a researcher, I observed that the students do not evaluate and analyze the data they found. They focus on simple mental activities. Therefore, and in addition to that, lack of authentic and reliable linguistics challenged them to synthesize, evaluate, and show their position in their academic writing. So this is my research question. What are the effects of corpus-based instruction on EFL students' critical thinking skills? And the objective was to examine the effects of corpus-based instruction on EFL students' critical thinking skills in academic writing. This is my conceptual framework. So in this corpus-based instruction, I particularly choose lexical bundles, sometimes formalic linguistic elements, and meta-discourses, because there are some, besides their structural difference, they share similar function. They have similar functions. So I choose these linguistic elements, lexical bundles, and meta-discourses, and they assume they improve their argumentative writing, data interpretation, and idea critics. Basically, in relation to critical thinking, it focuses on analysis texts, arguments, show positions, conclusions, inferences, and etc. And the instruction is practically applied through mediation, scaffolding, and methodology which was employed was a non-equivalent pre and post quasi-experimental research design. The participants were for-year mechanical engineering students, and the instrument was used pre-test and post-test, and the analysis was independent based. So the design purpose was focused on, or the subcorpora were focuses on these research articles. As you can see here, I selected 8 journals, and totally 120 articles were selected from these journals. The procedures were, first, I selected representative journals, especially by consulting the discipline experts, and articles were chosen based on an explicit criteria, and linguistic elements, what I have mentioned earlier, meta elements were selected, and present these linguistic elements in a contextual way, and assessment was held. As you can see here, the intervention was made in technical report writing course, which is given for the mechanical engineering students. And the purpose of the course was is to improve their project and report writing skill. So the first one for the experiment group was instructed through corpus-based instruction, and the control group was instructed through a conventional approach. So as you can see here, they practice different writing genres and theoretical aspects, because the theoretical aspect focuses on what is technical report writing, the types, methods, and etc. So they engaged on different writing genres, on abstract, introduction, data interpretation, conclusion, and etc. Linguistic elements were explicitly instructed. The linguistic elements, the meta-discourse and lexical bundles were instructed explicitly, and the students engaged in different writing assessments. But when it comes to the conventional, the control group, the conventional approach was, as I said, implemented. Only the theoretical aspect was focused, and linguistics does not cover, and the assessment was conceptual, only the theoretical aspects. So when we come to the finding, As you can see here, the pretest indicated that there was a slight difference between the control and the experimental group. Even the control group had better mean scores than the experimental group. But when you come to the post-test results, the experimental group outperformed were better than the control groups. Therefore, besides, a significant statistical difference was observed between the control and the experimental group. The students employed various evaluative and analytical meta-discourses and lexical elements in their argumentative writing. The students improved their analytical and evaluation skills. Hymns corpus-based instruction enhances the students' critical thinking skills in writing skill. And I would like to conclude my presentation in this way, in such way. Corpus-based instruction improved the students' critical thinking skills. They employed various meta-discourses and lexical elements. And they also clearly show their positions, arguments by using various linguistic elements. The implication? The finding of this research has implication for syllabus designers, material writers, and academic writing teachers, and the students. Thank you very much.
All right, very articulated study, Dr. Amiri. Wonderful. All right, I have a list of questions for the presenters, but let's move now to our third session, which is going to be presented by Dr. Bushra Jabin. She is a PhD scholar from Department of Applied Linguistics and Humanities from Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi. You may start, Dr. Bushra.
Sir, is it any possibility for you to share my slides, PPT slides?
Okay. So, all right. So if you can share it, yeah, just go ahead. We can hear you.
Oh, wait a second. Let me try from my side if I can. Hold on.
Let's see, Dr. Amin, can you help her?
What is the problem?
Yes, she can't. She's not able to share her screen. I don't know if you can help her or.
She can click to the.
And the bottom, you can. They are present now. You can click in that one.
Sir, actually the issue is I have misplaced my
You use computer or phone?
it's a phone.
Phone. There are three full stop on the front side.
Sir, the issue is like I have misplaced my PPT somewhere. Is it possible to share it from your end?
Okay.
Okay, so I think let's, if you can wait until we finish, Dr. Bushra, so we can take who's next, Dr. Anil Patel. Until
yes, sir.
Yes, so okay, we'll skip Dr. Bushra. We'll come back to her, inshallah. And let's now.
Hello.
Dr. Amin,
are you
Sir?
able to share your screen?
Can you share her BBT?
Sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me, Dr.
Shall I, sir?
Sir, may I interrupt, sir? I think there is a possibility I can, it's possible for my...
Okay, sir, let her do it. She's ready, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, if you are ready, Dr. Bushra, so you may start.
Sure, sir, sure. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Dr. Amin.
Yes, is there anything? This is one of the organizers.
All right, so yeah.
Is it visible?
It is, but it's difficult to see. But anyway, yeah, go ahead.
It's not visible?
It is visible, yes.
Okay.
But the quality is a little bit. Okay, go ahead. We can read the slides.
Okay. The title of my paper presentation is Issues and Challenges in Learning English as a Second Language and its Mitigation. My name is Bushra Jabeen and I'm a PhD research scholar from Jamia Millia Islamia. And I thank Dr. Amin sir to give me this opportunity to present my paper. Heading towards directly to the core of the paper, I would introduce that there are several issues and challenges in learning English as a second language. These factors can be internal as well as external. So, giving it point-wise, first we count the geographical factors, which hurdles the learning of English. Then we come to the administrative factors, which hurdles learning of English. And finally, we go to the academics factors. The geographical factor is basically the locational hurdle of the institute for the students to actually access the learning institution for learning English. The factors that prevail, the geographical factors, we can say that it's political, socio-cultural factors, and economic factors as well. Here, the geopolitical aspect of the geographical area of learning English plays a very vital role, where there is a comparison of motivation to learn English and with mother tongue of the local region of that area. Further, we can go for the administrative illustrations of hurdles for learning English, where we see the government plays a very important role in learning English, where government provides facilities for proper infrastructure and accurate government policies are implemented. There is no shortage of appropriate teaching audiovisual aids and shortages of learning English language, teaching English language educators, and there is sufficient education system policies to be implemented for the students to provide a fluid learning of English language. From the academic viewpoint, we can say that if the teachers are not that well equipped towards teaching English, it will reflect in the learners of English language. The practice of inappropriate methods and approaches in teaching can also reflect in absence of motivation for learning. Inefficient teachers with improper English teaching skills can also affect the same. If we go taking into consideration these geographical administrative and academic factors, we'll find that the self-regulated internal and external factors are very much affected, which reflect in lack of discipline in learning, lack of awareness that can be through economic, social, cultural, and personal level, lack of willingness to learn, lack of patience to learn, lack of seriousness to learn English, and lack of independence, which may hurdle the learner's progress in learning the language. This can also lead to lack of practice, poor motivation, negative attitude, which plays a very vital role in build-up of the self-esteem for learning this language. This may also lead to lack of commitment of learning English. The external factors which hurdle the learner's side may reflect the peer circle and the lack of management of learning resources. The families of the learner also in these terms reflect the hurdles for. This may reflect in the excessive use of native language, the lack of learning of English from the family side, lack of motivation, lack of poor attitude, economic disparity, and cultural restraints. Further, these issues in learning English can reflect in the emerging challenges in the learners. They may lack vocab, they may have poor grammar, lack of fluency, lack of variation, and lack of confidence while while speaking English. The measures for such issues to be mitigated are can be divided, as we can see, from the geographical perspective, from the administrative perspective, and as well as from the academic perspective. From the geographical perspective, the mitigation can be taken into consideration, where we introduce the online learning processes for the learners to affiliate them for learning English. Then at the administrative level, there should be proper implementation of education policies, and at the academic level, the use of advanced technologies and the hiring of the qualified teachers should be taken into consideration. The significance of this present study reflects the vicious circle where we see the development of the process of language learning and how it is hurdled by the persistent challenges, emerging issues, poor learning English, and then finally leading to anxiety, which may also termed as xenoglossophobia, which is nothing but a phobia of a foreign language, which leads to a hindrance in development of learning English. And this vicious circle goes on from the persistent challenging to the anxiety level, and then following the hindrances in a circular way. This paper promotes online English language learning process and highlights the mitigation of the learners hurdles of learning language, online language motivation, but also intrigues a positive attitude by reducing the stress of evaluation process, and it increases the value of self-efficacy, leading to high language learning productivity. In this, it should be highlighted that the concept of self-regulation in learning English is originally comes from the idea of educational psychology, where second language acquisition is arousing the scholarly interest in the recent ages. Basically, self-regulated learning involves several basic elements, which are self-generated thoughts, feelings, strategies, and behavior. It is more of a psycholinguistic behavior in learning English or a foreign language. In this case, we can specify, and it can interchangeably be used as language acquisition. It is a metacognitive knowledge learning aspect of self-regulation, where it automatically happens to say that educational psychology in self-regulation of the foreign language learning simply means self-directive processes that language learners adopt to trigger and preserve their cognition, emotions, and behaviors. And this can only be curbed by the online process of learning English. In this way, it can be said that taking into consideration that there are drawbacks of online learning, there should be an amalgamation of both online and offline learning, whereas online learning should shelter the offline learning, and it should be the guidelines for having an offline working scenario where the productive interaction in the physical presence should be the exploration in the field of learning and geolinguistics of English. This is to highlight that it also curbs the geopolitical scenario of the English language learning, as English has become the lingua franca of the whole world. So it is necessary to have a proper motivation direction in the correct direction to learn English, and not only the direction but also strength of the positive attitude in this way. Therefore, it should be said it should be quoted from the paper Wang and Zhu in a recent study in April 9, 2020, where he states that the relationship between English language learners and online self-regulation has a positive correlation, showing that there is a structural
And India. So he's going to present on English and soft skills, a journey from canvas to corporate. Dr. Anil, you may start right now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello, hello.
Sir, can you see my PowerPoint slides, please?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, I will start, sir, with your permission.
Yes, you may start right now. Go ahead.
Yes. Good afternoon to all of you, Honorable Chair, my fellow participants, and Honorable Dr. Amin and Dr. Shanawaz sir, both of you, and the University of Kerala and Yemen for giving me this opportunity to present my paper on English and soft skills, a journey from campus to corporate. See, this is the topic which is really very important when it comes to the career and life of students, because from years we have been watching and experiencing that people have been worrying so much about employability, right? And of course their worry is quite natural. There are so many people in the world, youngsters in the world, they have a lot of talent, intelligence, but along with talent and intelligence, what is necessary is communication skills, communication ability in English, as well as soft skills. So technical skills or knowledge in the subject and soft skills go together. And that is why I have chosen this topic. And I am thankful to Dr. Amin and Dr. Shanawaz sir for accepting my paper and giving this opportunity. I will not take much time. I will complete in time. My point is, English is a global language. And if you want to interact with the global language, we need language, the target language, the global language, and that is English. There are people who have bias about English. You see, it is not the monopoly of one country or one community. So we need to understand the fact that English is the language of everyone, every citizen of the world. And if you want to communicate your message, it is essential to know the language, master it. Once you master this language with a lot of practice, you can surely communicate with everyone. So the points are like English knowledge, enough knowledge of English grammar, pronunciation, and speaking practice can surely help you master English. Today, most of the students are not confident to speak in the corporate world. End of the degree or one day. No. See, we need to have continuous practice it continuously, and understand the fact that we have to practice every day so that we can improve every day to speak confidently and effectively, because our target is not just communication but effective communication. I have used only one slide for English, and most of the important points are like soft skills, because I give more importance to soft skills. Soft skills are nowadays called power skills, life skills. So, see, these skills are like communication skills, interpersonal skills, creativity. How are you able to communicate with people? How do you stand? How do you walk? How do you sit? Everything. Right? Are you confident? Right? Your body language, all these skills are covered into soft skills. Right? Of course, these skills are difficult to acquire, but if you are once aware about them, you can surely learn them, master them, and use them. You can own them in your entire life. Right? So once you own them, once you acquire them, you master them for your entire life. The first point is communication skills. See, many participants, many fellow experts, fellow presenters have talked about these communication skills and ICT, right? All these things, right? Of course, they are important, but communication skills, effective communication skills are important. And everyone knows that these skills are like verbal communication, non-verbal communication, oral communication, written communication, and visual communication. See, our words are important, but our non-verbal communication matters more than words. So we need to be really very conscious about the language, our body language, our eye movements, our hand movements, our gestures, our facial expressions, everything, right? So because all these are signs and they carry meanings, all these have a lot of meanings. So non-verbal communication have the great significance. Next soft skill is teamwork. See, nowadays there are people, there are students who feel that they are introvert. They do not want to speak with people. They are introvert, but they need to change their approach and face the world, face the people, talk to people, interact with people. They need to go to the team, they need to go to the group and work together, because it is said that teamwork achieves more. Also, not only the team achieves more together, but it is the individual also who achieves more together, right? So the significance of working in a team is more important. Next point is leadership skills. See, everyone knows that leaders are not born, they are made. And that is true. Leaders have to understand the fact that if you want to become the leader, people should say that you are a leader. You need to understand them. You need to sympathize with people. You need to appreciate people. You need to work with people and then learn more, right? So this is the important point here. We need to give promotion. We need to appreciate with the help of words, with the help of monetary benefits, with the help of promotion. If someone is doing great work, good work, that person has to be appreciated, has to be given some kind of promotion, right? So leadership, it means people should say you are the leader. You should not say you are the leader yourself, right? That is the point. One of the most important soft skills next is interpersonal skills. See, we need to talk to different kind of groups, different people. There are different kinds of people in the world, and we need to understand the fact that we have to speak to those people. We need to speak to those people because there are different kinds of opportunities everywhere, and we need to feel the fact that unless we do not speak to them, we cannot understand the people, right? So different kind of cultures, groups, races are there, right? Different kinds of mindsets are there. So interpersonal skills help us understand people, and for people also to understand us more. Next point is flexibility, adaptability. See, in this 21st century, the world is changing fast. So we need to understand the fact that if the world is changing fast, we cannot be stagnant. We cannot just stand at the same place. So we need to change ourselves. We need to learn more, right? So if we want to learn more, we should learn from others. We should learn from others' experiences. Okay, we need to change our style of working, style of functioning, style of thinking, style of behaving, everything, right? Because the companies, multinational companies and the outside world expects more from you. We need to be flexible, adaptable, right? Then only we can feel that yes, I am changing for better. All these skills are so important, right? Technical skills as well as soft skills. And we need to understand the fact that communication skills, interpersonal skills, leadership qualities, teamwork, your English communication, all these points are very important. And if we are able to master them, we can surely talk to people, interact with people effectively. We can communicate with people so effectively. And then only has been successful. I am a very good human being now. I am a very good communicator now. I am a good professional now, right? So that is very important. That will help you a lot to become a good person as well as a successful human being in life. I have done from my side. I thank all of you for this opportunity.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Anil, for your wonderful presentation. And now let's open the floor for questions or comments from attendees. If you have any questions, you can write it in the chat, or you can just open your mic and then ask your question.
Thank you, my dear Dr. Bassem Al-Amri from Jeddah, King Abdulaziz University, the English Language Institute, and the director of the Writing Center. Thank you for chairing the session and for accepting the invitation. You have been very cooperative and supportive. We would like to thank you again and all the 4 presenters. Thank you, everyone.
My pleasure. Thank you.
So with this, we come to the conclusion. So, Sir Bikalu, are you available? And we need the 4 paper presenters to be available, like Dr. Wajdi from Hadramaut University in Yemen, and also Fatima from Algeria, and then Abdul Karim from Yemen, and then Badri from India. All those 4 should be ready, please. And I am repeating the call for Dr. Bikalu from Ethiopia. Are you available, sir? So it looks like that I can't see him in the attendance list here, and he will be replaced by Professor Sajina Shukur. Sajina Shukur is a specialist in language teaching and learning. She completed her PhD and postdoctoral in linguistics. And I would like to invite Dr. Munira, to introduce the chairperson who is replacing Dr. Bikalu. So please introduce Dr. Sajina.
Good afternoon, one and all. I'm so happy to be here to introduce Dr. Sajina Shukur, who is a higher secondary school teacher in GHSS Madai, Kerala. Her areas of special interest are teaching, creative arts, martial arts, and social work. She did her postdoctoral research on the topic effectiveness of Tai Chi on language teaching, and she had her PhD on the topic related with martial arts, and she is the chief editor of the souvenir Punarjani and Adijeevanam. She has worked as assistant editor of various international seminar proceedings, and she is a member of SCRT Curriculum Committee, Textbook and Handbook Preparation Committee, Kerala. She has to her credit many research articles and 4 books. Moreover, she has contributed a lot in the online educational videos. And if I continue to add points, then I cannot finish it. So let me conclude and welcome her to chair this session. Welcome, Dr. Sajina.
Well, thank you very much. Now we invite Dr. Sajina to chair the session. And all the paper presenters, please get ready. We will start with Dr. Wajdi from Thamar University, Faculty of Education in Sumatra Island. He is the head of the department at the Faculty of Education in Sumatra Faculty of Education in Yemen. So, Dr. Wajdi, please get ready. And we would like to request you all to follow the instructions that you have 12 minutes for presentation, at the end of the session for discussion. So please abide by the time and cooperate with us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, one and all. So here in this technical session, we have 4 presenters, and Badri Rashad Al-Bin-Hadi from Yemen, presenting his topic, the role of games in enhancing EFL students' vocabulary acquisition.
Invite him to start.
And let us start with Badri Rashad Al-Bin-Hadi.
Dr. Wajdi, could you please unmute yourself and speak? You are unmute yourself. Turn the mic on, please.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes. Yes. We can resume.
Is my voice clear? Okay. My sound of games in acquisition. Okay. So, acquiring sufficient vocabulary promotes intelligible communication, because the more that you have vocabulary, the more success that you can communicate with others. Because vocabulary linked with reading, writing, speaking, and listening. However, the acquisition of new vocabulary for EFL learners are challenging, because the acquisition process needs a lot of time, and vocabulary should be transferred from the short-term memory into the long-term memory. So, vocabulary learning strategies should be applied in the classroom to promote student vocabulary acquisition. There are a lot of studies which explore the effect of digital games in enhancing students' vocabulary, like natural and reality, which was conducted in Jordan, not in Algeria, I think, and many other studies which have found that digital games in general promote student vocabulary acquisition. So we are going to define games and education games. Lingual dictionary.
Dr. Makdi, your sound is not audible. Are you speaking? We cannot hear you. There has been some technical issues with Dr. Vakti, and we can move on to the next presenter, Fatima Zahra Habali from Algeria, who is doing her topic on In Search of Algerian Gifted Learners' Concerns with special reference to the EFL classroom. So, madam, please.
Oh, so Dr. Bikal came. Let me speak. Excuse me. Hello, dear Dr. Bikalu. Yes, can you please unmute yourself and speak, the chair of the session, the main chair, because we have substituted Dr. Bicalo. Yes, Dr. Bicalo, can you please speak? Please, sir, yourself, which means turn on the mic. It is down there in the screen. In the left side, there are 3 icons, one for the camera, one for meeting, and the other for the mic. Just press on the mic. Yes, yes, sir. Very nice. Again, please. Try again. Try again. Only one click. Okay. So now, can I speak, please? Now, again, please, sir. Only one click or one press if you are using a mobile. Sir, you are not audible. Turn on the mic again.
What about now?
Yes. But only do it once. You are doing it twice. Can you speak, please? Yes. You are most welcome, sir.
Yes, I'm speaking. I'm speaking, doctor.
We are so happy to.
I replaced by another chairs and it doesn't have any problem. I simply follow that meeting.
No problem. We have just started, and even the presenter has got a technical problem because he is actually traveling from one place to another. So he has disconnected, and you have connected. This is very good opportunity. So, sir, Bicalo, we will have Dr. Jamil Al-Ghabri. Dr. Jamil, are you available to introduce our beloved professor?
Yeah. Welcome, Dr. Bicalo from Ethiopia.
Yes, please go on.
It's a privilege to introduce you to the technical session number 7. Dr. Bicalo Atnafo from Ethiopia is associate professor at Kutubi at Metropolitan University. He got his first degree in BD from Kutubi College of Teacher Education, and he also received his MA degree in special needs education and another MA degree in teaching English as a foreign language. He got his PhD in teaching of English as a foreign language from Addis Ababa University in Ethiopia. The area of his study has been foreign language and anxiety. He has been working in higher education institutions, and currently he is the director for Centers of Excellence in Research at Kotobi Metropolitan University. He has published the areas of education and conflict. Dear Dr. Bicalo, you are ready to take the lead.
لا مفيش كورونا عاجة برضه.
Sir Bicalo, we are sorry to remind you again, the mic is off. Can you please turn it on? Because you are the person who will control your on and off. Unmute yourself again, sir, please. One click on the mic icon. Okay.
Okay, it's working now again.
Yes, sir.
I think Dr. Wagdi Rashid Ali bin Hadi has been presenting now.
Actually, he has started, but unluckily he has been disconnected due to some technical problems, especially the internet. So you can call the next presenter.
Okay, the next presenter is Fatima Zohara. Fatima Zohara Habi. Shall I give the floor to Fatima?
Yes, sir. If she is not available, we can take the next one. This is the first session that some people are missing.
What about the third presenter?
We can take the next one.
The third presenter is Abdul Harim Al Faqih. If he is available, I can give the chance to him.
Are you available?
All right, sir. I am here with you, and I am really ready to make the presentation. Just a minute.
Start, please, because of the time limits. You can go on directly. Yes.
Okay, just right now. All right. Okay, sir.
Okay, Dr. Abdul Hakim, are you ready?
Yeah, of course. Okay, can you see my
Then thank you very much for.
PowerPoint? Okay, can
Yes, it
you
is
see
fine.
is my
About the presenter.
all right? What, sir? Sorry. Okay.
Can I say a few points about
First,
the presenter?
sorry, sir. What did you say?
Let me introduce your title, your research title, before having the presentation.
Okay, of course. Of course,
okay, Dr.
yeah.
Abdul Hakim Al
All right.
he's an English language department faculty. His presentation is in, on, and at in writing. Now, the presenter would have 10 minutes for presentation, and the remaining would be for discussion. Then Dr. Abdul Hakim Al Faqih can start your
Thank
presentation.
you so much,
now.
sir. I'm so honored to be with you and all the committee members there. Good afternoon, dear all, and have a good time wherever you are. In the first place, I'd like to express my gratitude for and deep appreciation to the organizers as well as committee members for giving us such platform to present our works. Here you are, the outline of my study, which I have been through the procedures and steps to come up with tangible and workable findings and solutions to the problem of my study, titled "Frequent Errors Committed by Yemeni EFL Students when they come to use English prepositions of place, in, on, and at." As you can see here, the highlighted problem was main focus difficulties in differentiating between the usage of the three English prepositions of place, in, on, and at when the Yemeni EFL students come to use in their writing. And the problem is that in Arabic language has the same meaning of the three English prepositions of place, in, on, and at, and function seemingly the same. And here where the problem lies. As many previous studies go in the same harmony for EFL learners in the Arabic region, it was confirmed that translation, mother tongue, and intralingual, and besides many factors, were considered as the main reasons behind committing such errors in using English preposition of place. As you can see there, you know, you have there the questions of the research that I try to figure out some solutions, the frequent errors in the usage of English prepositions, and what are the reasons behind them, and also what are the effective teaching techniques that help the students to overcome such problems. Here you are, the conceptual framework that shows what reasons behind committing such errors. As you can see there, interference, which means mother tongue, and intralingual translation, all these factors were considered as the main reason behind committing such errors, which affected students' writing negatively. But in case the students got a better understanding and accurate use, this will lead to good writing without such frequent errors, and between the increase of the frequent errors committed by students in using English preposition of place, in, on, and at a student's writing. And the test of this hypothesis will be shown in the end of the presentation in the session. Well, as you can see there, dear committee, the results revealed before that, sorry, you have the methodology of the research. I have adopted quantitative research, quantitative approach in order to give in order to get accurate numbers, as well as, you know, correct numbers that I can interpret them to give real and workable solutions to students. And also you have there how many students and participants were in my study. The whole number was 35 students, and the instrument that I took, it was a questionnaire test approved by some doctors and professors, and one of them is Dr. Amin. All my peace to him. These sentences were put to investigate the truth of the research hypothesis, and they were selected from the syllables that students study at Thamar University. Here you are, the figure of one, you know, sample that taken to show you how many mistakes that students got in using English preposition of place, at, on, or in. We selected sentence number 15, just as random table and figure to show you the percentage of errors that committed. The results revealed that participants committed errors in using the 3 English prepositions of place, and the SPSS package showed that accurately which was the highest in usage and which students got mistake more than the 2 prepositions of place. And it showed that at, the preposition of English at, was used mistakenly more than the rest, which means which I mean in and on. That students confused when they come to use them because of the interference of their mother tongue. As I mentioned previously, that they have in Arabic language, we have preposition which share the same meaning of the 3 English prepositions. So they come just to pick the initial preposition that come to their mind without knowing the exact meaning of the 3 English prepositions of place, as enclosed space or surface or a specific place. Just they overgeneralize the meaning of the 3 prepositions and just pick one and write it down or speak it out. And my study was focused only in the writing, because in communication maybe we can understand each other as foreign speakers, or to speak to native speakers, they can understand you from the context that you speak about, but in writing you must be accurate. Well, here you are the percentage of the frequent errors of using preposition of place, in, on, and at, and the researcher used to mean the 4 levels of students' achievements as follow. Look, you have there shocked really fact about the achievement of students, and it appears no one, and we feel truly sorry, me and the supervisor, no one got as outstanding or got 100% as correct answers. Just there was only a student got the percentage of correct answers about 70%. It was really shocked results, but we worked harder to provide the students with some workable solutions in order not to get in the same errors. And the accepted students, which were the lower average achievement, was the highest number. And we focus here about this group of students. At the same time, we noticed that through the outcome of the SPSS data, that what prepositions that mostly students got, which was considered as really the main problem, and it's considered as a dilemma for Yemeni EFL students, and they take the initiate meaning, as I mentioned. So that's to say, mother tongue, which is Arabic, still has its influence during translation English prepositions. And to cover this problem, students should know the English prepositions of place couldn't be used interchangeably. Just if they have the same meaning in our mother tongue, we shouldn't take them randomly. We should know exactly what is the meaning and what rules does every preposition of place in English function as a single unit. Look there, you have here the dominant source causing the problem errors. The first one, I noticed that a preposition of place between Arabic and English are difficult to be matched to their counterparts. The effect of mother tongue confuses students when they decide which one is appropriate preposition, in, on, or at. They should be used when they come to pick one and in the writing, because these prepositions of place have the same meaning as mentioned earlier. Well, students in English department at Thamar University ignore the correct English preposition of place when they come to use, because their lack of knowledge about English prepositions and their understanding is not enough to deflect what is the exact meaning of the 3 preposition of place. To cover this problem, students have to know that English preposition of place are hard to master just by knowing the initial meanings of them. So they need to drill themselves and good writing. In this test, there are three kinds of prepositions placed in, and the students make generalizations, and here where the problem lies. The last one that we come up with some solutions and suggestions for teachers, department, and students, and also syllables. For teachers, they should encourage their students for oral and written practice in order to use correct prepositions of place as much as they could. For the Department of Language, they are recommended to provide the students with all materials that guarantee the best knowledge to master English language in general and master English prepositions in particular. For students, they should have enough allocated classrooms for learning English prepositions, and students also should have enough exercises in writing prepositions of place, especially in, on, and at, and also they should browse the well-written newspapers to help them to have sufficient knowledge and practice of English prepositions in general. Syllables designer, they should design directly focus on the writing prepositions in general and prepositions of place in particular, and we try hand to hand with all the workers and professors at the Thamar University to come up with some solutions. That was a pre-introduction about presentation of my paper. Thank you all, and I'm really so honored to be with you today, and I'm looking forward to hear from you guys. Thank you,
Dr. Abdul Karim, thank you for your wonderful presentation. Let me go to the fourth presenter and come back to the discussion later on. The fourth presenter is Badri Abdul Hakim. He's an assistant professor and guest lecturer from Sena University. Basically, he's an Indian.
Yes, sir, I am online. I'm here.
Okay, you can start then, Dr. Abdul Karim. The title of his study would be examining the level of competence of tense and aspect categories by Yemeni EFL students. Then Dr. Abdul Karim, you can start your presentation, and I'll give you 12 minutes for presentation, and the remaining would be left for discussion. Start.
So let me start at the beginning and ask, am I audible and seeable to everyone?
Yes, you are. Go on, please. You are fine.
Okay, sir. Now, at the beginning, let me start thanking you, sir, for giving me the chance to speak and to introduce and to give my topic, Sir Bicalo, and the organizer of the Department of Linguistics in Kerala University, also in Department of English at the Thamar University. Let me save time by speaking about the topic which I'm going to present, which is examining the level of competency on tense and aspect categories by Yemeni EFL students. Now, let me go to the introduction. Let me briefly speak about introduction. In Yemeni universities, English is taught as a foreign language, despite the fact that there is much emphasis on the learning and teaching of English in Yemen. The Yemeni learners' proficiency in English remains poor. Syllabus makers and EFL teachers have realized that there is a great deal of errors in the grammatical categories of verb in the writings of the EFL students at Yemeni universities. One of
Excuse me, Dr. Badri, for the interruption. Could you please improve the sound a little bit or bring the mic near the mouth?
Sure. Am I now clear?
Yes, you are. Go on. You are fine now.
Okay, one of these common errors is that English tenses and aspects. Many researchers have clearly stated that tense and verb categories are particularly problematic for Arab English learners to acquire because of the difficulty of using them correctly. This has been said by Matar and Muhammad and Mudhesh also in 2018. Now, let me briefly give the definition of tense and aspect, as they are the grammatical categories of verb. Tense and aspectual distinction in most of languages are expressed through verb morphology. Languages vary with regard to the specification of tenses and aspects. Tense, as Comrie has defined, which is like locates situation in time, whereas aspect is concerned with the initial temporal continuancy of the situation. Comrie also has defined aspect as the different ways of viewing the internal temporal constituency of situation. Aspect also expresses whether the situation is completed or ongoing or also a habitual, etc. Aspect characterize a prefective and imperfective opposition. Now, let me also give the objectives of this study. This study tries to answer the following objectives. One, to examine the level of competency of tense and aspect categories among level 1 and level 2 students at the Department of English, Faculty of Arts at Sana'a University. Two, to examine the level of learning of English tense and aspect categories by the EFL undergraduate students in level 1 and level 2. 3. To know the role of mother tongue influences in the learning of English tense and aspect categories by Yemeni undergraduate students. Now, research sample. The research sample consists of 40 undergraduate students belonging to the Department of English, Faculty of Arts at Sana'a University. The students were 20 from level 1 and 20. The following table describes the research sample. Here is the table, level 1 and level 2. Now, research tool. The achievement test has been constructed and then used to measure the students' competency of tenses and aspects categories. Such test is appropriate to achieve the objectives of this kind of research. For constructing tenses and aspects competency test, the researcher followed the following steps. First one, the researcher framed the items by analyzing the specific objectives of the course of grammar which is prescribed and in the undergraduate students at the English department, experts in linguistics and statistics. Then also, the draft of the test was applied to some undergraduate students in the same department and the faculty item analysis process, and to evaluate reliability and validity of the test. The test has good content validity and construct validity. The reliability of the test was evaluated, and the alpha Cronbach coefficient, that is 0.73. The tenses and aspects competency test comprises of 40 items in the final format. Quantitative analysis. In order to answer the objectives of the study, the descriptive survey method and SPSS analysis have been used. Now, here is the table 1 describe the statistics of competency of tense and aspect categories among level 1 students. As you can see, the real mean and the assumed mean, and also the significant and the standard deviation and the T test. Now, let's go to the second table, which describes the statistics of competency of tense among level 2 students. Here, this is the real mean for assumed of level 1. Here is the descriptive statistics related to level of tenses and level 2. The real mean is 35, whereas in level 1 is 22. Now, here is the distribution of real mean and assumed mean of level 2. Now, let's come to the conclusion and the results of the study. This study made an attempt to examine the levels and aspect categories by Yemeni EFL students in the different levels of undergraduate program at the Department of Faculty of Arts at Sana'a University, Yemen. The study also brings to light the English tense and aspect categories which the Yemeni students find in these categories. The data of the study were collected from the total of 40 students covering the level 1 and level 2 students of undergraduate program. From each level, a group of 20 students were considered. The data on tense and spectral categories were analyzed by using descriptive survey method and the SPSS analysis. The statistical analysis shows that there is significant difference in the level of competency on tense and aspect categories among the students of level 1 and level 2. Also, it shows that level 1 students' competency in the use of tense and aspect categories is moderate with mean 24.3, while the level of competency of level 2 students is good with mean like 35.25. There is a great deal of learning variations in tense and aspect categories among level 1 and 2 students. Furthermore, the categories of English present perfect and future tense turn out to be the most problematic among the other categories for the students. Moreover, the negative role of Arabic influences has been clearly noticed, especially in level 1 and level 2. As you know, the modern standard Arabic is used in Yemen, and the colloquial Arabic is spoken. So Arabic has two forms, unlike English. English shows a fine stratification for expressing tense, whereas Arabic tends to be a spectral language. So students mix between tense and aspect. Till now, they are not differentiating between what is tense and what is aspect, as in traditional grammar in most of the universities in Yemen. English is taught like a foreign language, where they are relying much in the old method of teaching, where only taking care of tenses. They are not teaching much about the aspects. Most of the students do not differentiate what is tense. So they are making too much problems or errors, as in the statistical analysis it shows that the present perfect tense got the highest errors among the two level 1 and level 2. So this can be indicates maybe due to the in the system of tense and aspect between English and Arabic, as they are belonging to two different families. So this is maybe due to the these differences. Moreover, the students of level 1 produces the maximum number of errors in the use of English tenses and aspects. This may be due to the fact that English and Arabic differ with regard to the expression of tense and aspect system. The verbal system in English shows tense and a spectral opposition, whereas Arabic tends to be a spectral language. This has been said by reading to 2005. Students of level 1 perhaps resort to their Arabic conceptualization of tense while writing and marking the correct answer. They draw from their first language, that is Arabic. The learning of English begins also as late as in standard, as in 7th class in governmental school in Yemen. So the students at that age already got more in their language. So now these are conclusion. Let me just briefly go to the implications of the study. Based on the findings of the study, it is recommended that syllabus makers and EFL teachers should consider the differences of English and Arabic system in the regard to tense and aspect. Students should be given continuously separate classes on Arabic and English differences. Influences of students' mother tongue, that is Arabic, on learning English tenses and aspects should be highly considered. Moreover, EFL teachers should give an extra attention to present perfect tense and future tense while teaching Yemeni EFL students English tense and aspect categories, especially the first or the initial levels like level 1. So this is all, and thank you. I will stop here. Thank you, Prof. Bakula, and to all the organizers of this wonderful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bardi, for your wonderful presentation. I really appreciate it. You have used your time properly. The first two presenters didn't make presentation due to connection problems. And if they are available, we can go back to the first presenter, Dr. Wagdi.
Yes, sir. Sir Kalu, as long as we have missed two presenters, we can compensate. We can compensate from the spare paper presenters. We have two. So let's call, if they are available, they can have the chance to present, and you are going to continue the sharing. So may I call Samra?
Then shall I give the chance? to Dr. Wagdi,
Yes.
Wagdi Rashad Ali?
Yes, if he is available, he can present again. Continue. He can resume.
Then shall I give him the chance?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Wagdi Rashid Ali bin Hadi. You can make your presentation. Dr. Wagdi Rashid Ali is an assistant professor, head of Language English Department, Faculty of Education in Yemen. The topic or the title of his research would be the role of games in enhancing EFL students' vocabulary acquisition. Then Dr. Wagdi, I would give you 12 minutes for presentation, then you can start to come back.
Sir, I can see that he is not available. We will take those who are spare. So I will call Samrat. Is Samrat available? You can unmute and say yes. Well, if Samrat is not available, we can take Jaybaz. Can you confirm?
What about the second presenter, Dr. Amin? The second presenter, Fatima
Yeah,
Zuhra.
she's absent. Yeah,
She's absent?
sir. Yeah.
Okay, then shall I go back to the discussion?
No, you will continue the sharing and you will take 2 spare presenters.
Okay.
Yeah, we have got substitute. Yes, sir. We have
Dr. Amir.
Yes, sir.
Then they can continue. I don't have their names.
Yeah, you can continue the sharing, and I am calling now the presenters. So, Jaybaz, are you available? Please confirm your availability. Or Dr. Hassan from Hadramaut, from Sayoun University. Please, Jaybaz, I can see your message. Please unmute yourself, because maybe I'm not pronouncing your name correctly, and say, I am available. Have your mic on, please. Mr. Jaybaz, I can see you. Dr. Hassan also, if he is available, he can have the chance, because those people, they have sent their nice papers and also PowerPoints, and they met the requirements. That's why we put them as payers. So those have already gone. Yes, sir.
Good evening. I'm Jaybaz Siam.
Well, yes, my dear Jaybaz, as long as the chairperson doesn't have your topic and also your information, because you are not in the main program, you are only a spare. So please start sharing your presentation, and then we can understand what's your name, what is your background, and what is your topic. Please, yes.
Absolutely no problem. And I would like to share my screen. You like...
Can I share from your side? I can share yours here.
Yes, please go ahead.
Now introduce yourself, as long as I will prepare your PowerPoint.
Yes, please. Mine. Hello, good evening, everyone. I thank the chair and the organizing committee. My name is Jaybaz Siam. I'm a research scholar from Acharya Nagarjuna University, Guntur, India. If the PPT is ready, I can just proceed with the presentation.
In a few seconds,
yes, okay, in order to save time, I would just proceed. I'm talking about, the topic for the presentation is tailor-made course books. It's suggesting to prepare. Yeah, once the PPT is ready, we can.
Yes, you can go on making it full. Go on.
If you can press F5. Yes, please. I think you need to be a little faster, because there are a few things. Yeah, it's a need for tailor-made course books, and the question arises about Indian English. When we think about Indian English, we get a few questions. Can you please proceed? What comes to our mind? It's the country with the highest number of people after United States, but we don't have a recognized Indian English. What could be the reason? Before we understand that, we need to understand what a variety of English. No, you can proceed. Proceed. Yes, please. Yeah, next, please. Kachru, and I think it's a famous model. Yeah, that's fair. A variety of English depends upon the way it is spoken and a specific pattern which is followed by a majority of the group of people. And here we see the circle, the expanding circle, the out circle, and the inner circle. The natives whose mother tongue is English, that is the inner circle. Then India, Nigeria, Pakistan, Philippines, and other countries fall into the outer circle, whereas for them it is a second language. And for people from China, Russia, Brazil, and so on, it's an they fall into the expanding circle, which means English is a foreign language to them. Yeah, next, please. Now, let's try to understand why Indian English is not a variety of English, because the main reason is there is no one way of a particular pattern which is used, which is followed across the country. Then the pronunciation problems are different depending upon different mother tongues, and the problems of speaking English are different from one language to the other. And there are several mother tongue interferences, and there's no comprehensive linguistic description of English as far as Indian English is concerned. Is there a solution? Yes, there is a possibility. That's what we are proposing from this through this presentation. If all the diversified mother tongue interferences come together to target one English, then there is a possibility. The solution should begin where the problem is. Yes, please. As the problem itself is diversified, the solution should also be diversified, and there has to be a many-to-one relationship. Different pronunciation and spoken English problems should target one standard variety, which should lead to Indian English. So if we see this, India is a land of many languages, starting from Kashmir till Tamil Nadu. One click, please. Just one click, please. Yes, you see Kashmiri, Punjabi, Hindi, Marathi, all those languages. If you can just scroll back, one click back, and then okay. So all these languages. So our focus is now on one language called Telugu, and how these people will learn English. As the table clearly suggests, the shaded phonemes or sounds, there is no problem with these sounds, whereas the unshaded sounds, there's a little difficulty for the Telugu speakers to produce these sounds. If you see the sound "a," there is a problem with this, but though it is there in the inventory of some of the speakers, when it is used in English, there's a chance that people face difficulty in producing the sound appropriately. Yeah, moving on to consonants. Next slide, please. Here, it's the same thing. The shaded sounds, there is it, which means there is no problem pronouncing this sound, producing this sound. However, it's not there in the language Telugu. In Telugu, we have pa and pa, but there is no f. Even then, there's no problem producing this sound. But the other sounds, there's definitely some difficulty in producing the sounds. Yes, please. So like this, we need to look at the similarities and the differences. We need to do a contrastive analysis of the phonemes and then arrive at different problems that the people have. So these problems differ from one language to as we go ahead. We need to look into stress, then rhythm, and also intonation. If time permits, we can go into the details, but as of now, let's move on. And after looking at the phonetics, then the focus should be on spoken English as well, in which, yes, please. As far as the spoken English is concerned, we need to look into the functional aspect of English and see the different expressions that need to be mastered, and how when we learn the words, we need to learn how to use them, and the usage needs to be focused. This is what should be the point of consideration. Now, the suggestion or the proposal is talking about something called arpeciency. Arpeciency is coined by Professor Jayarazu in I have collected all this from his presentation in 2020. He says that arpeciency is nothing but it's a proficiency in received pronunciation. It proposes to focus on listening and speaking when we design the course books rather than reading and writing. That can come later. And how we need to do it is we need to look into approximating to RP while speaking, and when we train our ears, which means practicing listening, should be done in as many accents as possible. The listening should, the student should be exposed to as many different varieties of English as possible. And arpeciency can help in acquiring a global variety for India, which can result in a possible standard Indian variety of English or Indian English. Yes, please, next. So if we can try to understand Kachuru's model and Jayaraju's model, it's almost the same, except one more step or one more layer has been added, where the UK English or the British English is considered as a nucleus, because for the rest of the Englishes, even they are the native varieties, the source is the British English. That's why if we can make it a nucleus, then there's a possibility for English teachers to focus on the British English or the British variety only, instead of looking at British variety sometimes and American variety, American English sometimes, and so on. So as a data that I have taken, it's from the textbooks from Andhra Pradesh, where Telugu is the mother tongue. The existing course books has these features. Yes, please. English textbooks of Andhra Pradesh were reviewed. The objectives clearly focus on LSRU in a context, and in almost every unit there is at least one oral activity, but there's no focus on pronunciation. So this is what is lacking. Yes, please. In the course books. And as far as assessment is concerned, 10% of weight is given to speaking skills, which is not actually sufficient. This is on one side. On the other side, recently we have got a national education policy, which clearly talks about skills-based assessment, and it should be a holistic, it looks for a holistic development of knowledge. Yes, please. And the school boards are will be advised on how to work on that. So now the new course books, which should be tailor-made, should focus on the realistic problems for the Indian students, considering NEP and also following arpeciency model, and focus on phonetics and spoken. Yes, please. And looking at the contrast and analyzing the stress, rhythm, and intonation differences of these two languages, and which has keeping the target as the Indian standard variety. Thus, we can arrive at a standard, and this is what would result. As a result, we have to come up with a specific textbook for each and every language. That's how we need to arrive at to come up with the tailor-made course books across the country for different languages, different course books are expected. Yeah. Thank you, one and all.
Yeah, for your lovely presentation. I would like to thank Dr. Amin Al-Gamir for showing Professor Jabesium slides too. Thank you for your presentation and for the support too.
Thank you very much.
And we have the fourth presentation? Dr.
I suggest to open the session for discussion. If there are some questions, then we can see if one of the presenters is available. Otherwise, we can conclude.
Okay, then shall we go to the discussion? If the fourth presenter is not available,
yes, sir.
Let us move to the discussion. The discussion.
Yes.
Then any question or points or comments to be forwarded for those three presenters? Let us share ideas on the presentation, on those three presentations. Participants are expected to forward your own comments, suggestion upon those presentations. Any comments?
Well, actually, if there are no further comments, we would like to thank all those who presented, and we have given a chance to all those who were in the schedule and those who were schedulized, in the waiting list. So with this, we come to the end of this wonderful session that has been chaired by a wonderful professor from Africa, the land of happiness and nice people, Professor Bikalu Antafu, and he has been with us. He has been very cooperative, very supportive. He answered from the first message that, yes, I will come with you, I will be with you. And we are so sorry, sir, because the name here in Google Meet is different than your name. That's why we confused. We were searching for Professor Bikalu and we didn't see in the list. And we called, but maybe you couldn't manage to turn on the mic. So thank you so much, my dear professor. And we wish that our collaboration and coordination will continue as long as we are alive. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor or Dr. Amir, for inviting me to chair these sessions. Thank you all the participants and the presenters as well. Thank you very much for inviting me as the chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, sir. So with this pre-final session, we will come to the final session in which I will be one of the presenters. I have put myself at the end as well as some of my team. So we would like to invite Professor Mursal Haidara to chair the session. Sir, are you available?
Yeah, I'm there. Can you hear me?
Yes, that's great. The video, the audio are wonderful. And it is a great opportunity that you
thanks God.
Thanks God. Yeah, yesterday it was somehow there was some glitches. That's why you couldn't manage chairing the session yesterday. And Professor Shanabas replaced you, and today you are replacing him. So it will be my honor that you will chair the session where I will do my presentation. Thank you, sir. So with this, we would like to. Yes, sir. I would like to introduce Dr. Mursal Haidara. As long as yesterday there was another person assigned to introduce him. Dr. Haidara, he got his bachelor degree from Ib University in Yemen, that is in the middle of Yemen. And for his master's and PhD, he has got that from University of Madras in Chennai. And this is not a surprise. You can find out that a big number of Yemeni English professors are graduated from all around India. So Professor Haidara is a graduate from Madras University in Chennai. He has been a teacher in the department where I am currently teaching, that is Department of English at the Faculty of Education at Thamar University in Yemen for 2 years. And he has been also an English literature lecturer at the Department of English, the Faculty of Education in Sana'a University, the capital of Yemen, from 2014 to 2016. And currently and presently, he is the director of the Language and Translation Center at Sabah University, which we call in English Shiba Region University in Marib, Yemen. He has a good number of publications to his credits, and he has participated in various national and international seminars and conferences like today and workshops. You are most welcome, dear sir, and you are going to chair the session I hope that the list is with you. Could be Professor Shanabas, he is already available on the dais. And Faisal An'am, I hope that he is available. Faisal?
Yeah, I'm still alive, sir, yes.
Very fine, very fine. You are still alive until this time. But we have to make it a vibrant session because our audience, our participants are waiting from the morning. And me, Aminu Jamal, the third one. And we will have also Dr. Sajina Shukur, the fourth one. All the 4 people are available. So please come to the dais and Professor Mursal Haidara will chair the session.
By the disruption that I have caused yesterday.
Yes, sir.
So we will start. Our, our first speaker. I think is Professor Shanapas, Professor and Head, Department of Linguistics, University of Kerala. He will give a presentation on the role of linguistics in ELT. Is Doctor available?
Yes, he is available and he is the boss of this department, in fact. He is the
yes,
the
yes,
head
he's
of
the head.
department.
Yes.
So now we are sharing his
can you start, Doctor?
PowerPoint.
Yes.
Good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Professor Mursal Adrai from Yemen, who is chairing my session. I am presenting a topic titled The Role of Linguistics in Language Teaching. Let's go. Linguistics and applied linguistics argue that language teachers need to learn about the theories and research findings generated by linguists and applied linguistics. Language teachers should be aware of the principle of speech production and speech phonetic principle. Teachers should be aware of the principles of word formation in English or any language. They should be aware of such pattern as D or S alternation in words like evade or evasive, conclude or conclusive. Teachers should be aware of the certain phonetic placement regulation involving the suffixes written Y or etc. Then the question is, what linguistics does? Linguistics help teachers convey the original words and the languages, the historical application and their modern day relevances, the structure and meaning of word or speech, the structure of clause, phrase or sentences, written language and variants, dialect or regional dialect variations like region or class or caste, understanding of the context in which certain words are used, that is environment or something like that. Then there is a concept called language change, understanding how language can change and how dialects where phonological rules provide teachers with insight into the pronunciation pattern of learners in a classroom. Like we have a lot of language varieties for even English. We have American English, British English, African English, Arab English or something like that. Then explanation for the consistent difficulties that language students experience in speaking or something like that. Then we have a concept called sociolinguistic that teach language considering social-linguistic aspect. That means the sociology of linguistics or the linguistics of a society, non-standard dialect or sociolect. Then pragmatic means the aspects of language in a particular situation. The language teachers and applied linguists, language teachers are often called applied linguists. Language and education, which include both first and second language acquisition or language learning or language teaching. Also on aspects of language impairment such as dyslexia, dysgraphia, and so many things. What do applied linguists do? Developing theories and models, mediating and implementing that theories to make useful for a language teacher, analyzing language for pedagogical application, carrying out research into learning and teaching. There are concepts like behaviorism and structuralism. Behaviorism is deeply affected on American linguistics of that time. What resulted was a type of linguistics known as structural linguistics. Structural linguists believed that the best way to master a new language was through repetitive practice with various language structures or sentence patterns. Learning a language required the learner to form speaking habit that conformed to the structure of the target language, and the target language have a separate linguistic system, maybe SV or SOV or something like that. That means verb initial, verb final, or verb medial, or something like that. Both should be kept apart so that the student's native language interferes as little as possible with the student's attempt to acquire the target language. The major objective of language teaching should be for students to attain the structural pattern, that is phonetic structure of word, how a word is formed and what are the phonotactic structure, formation of lexical item, how a word is formed, how the derivation of a particular form is lexical item is for example, boy, boys, monkey, monkeys, or something like that, where some formation pattern is different, formation and constituents of sentence or something like that. Then formalize and learn vocabulary afterwards. The speech is more basic to language than the written form. So to master a language, one has to speak more than to write the thing. A natural order, the order children follow when learning their native language. Skill acquisition is listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Then here, the concept of theoretical linguistics seeks to study the nature of human language and how it is represented in adult native speakers' knowledge. Linguistic theory aims to explain the nature of human language in terms of basic underlying principles, like what is the structure of a word, morphological structure, the phrase structure, or the sentence structure, as like Chomsky has given. S is equal to NP plus VP or something like that, or something like that. Linguists study and describe the structure of natural languages in order to gain the better understanding of those principles. 4 areas of linguistic theory are phonetics and phonology, where they study the sound pattern, sound system, sound pattern, and sound structure. Then morphology, the study of word structure and its connections with the sound and sentence structure. That means word formation, inflection, and derivation. Then we have got syntax and semantics, the study of sentence structure and how it constrains meaning and interpretation. Then we have languages acquisition, the historical linguistics, and language change, and so many things. Then language acquisition usually refers to the gradual development of ability in a language by using it naturally in communicative situations. Language acquisition is concerned with how the child acquires knowledge of language through input from the Noam Chomsky suggested is innate faculty, that is to say that men are born with a set of rules about the language in their minds, which they refer to as the universal language. Universal grammar is the basis upon which all human languages build. One be able to study language and determine the rules based on the patterns he hears and the patterns other language. Then theories of language acquisition, child language acquisition are so many theories we have now. we know behaviorist theory, inner hypothesis, social interaction, communicative approach, and so many things. Then, considering which language, linguistic knowledge, which areas of linguistic knowledge is robust and which is fragile. Differences between L1 acquisition and L2 acquisition. Differences in the nature of linguistic knowledge. One language has one type of knowledge and the other language has the other type of knowledge. How to formulate, for example, inflection language is different from isolative language. Isolative language is different from agglutinative language, and it goes like that. Then the question is about grammar. Is a device for generating sentences. That is what Chomsky says. Grammar is the art of writing a language. A language can be broken down into clear classes or categories. System of analyzing language by categories. It tries to apply the analysis of the structure were called grammars. Then there are some categories of grammar like prescriptive grammar, descriptive grammar. Prescriptive grammar is thinking about language as a incorrect or correct, as good or bad or something like that. Descriptive grammar is concerned about the described lip or tongue or teeth are positioned during the production of a sound. For example, bilabial, bi means two, when both the lips come together to into each other, that is B or B in bag or M in man. This can be seen, I mean, the sound can be articulation of sound and its features can be extracted through, or you have the IPA symbol or IPA website is there. You can go and give a sound and also give a letter and you will see what is its pronunciation and all these things. Then we have manner of articulation. Manner of articulation means based on the manner. That means plosives are produced when vocal tract is totally blocked. Then fricatives, no total blockage. Affricate is local, liquid, glides, nasal or something like that. So produced with a lower rhythm, so air flows into nasal cavity or something like that. Then there is the concept of morphology, the study of word and how they are composed is called morphology. Morphemes are the smallest grammatical unit, independent unit of the meaning. That means is and am are two forms of the same concept be. So is and are, am, all are forms of the same be or something like that. That once you familiarize the concept, then it will be very easy for you. Then the syntactic function, something like a subject, object, verb, verb in final position. Then some language will be, for example, English will be subject, verb, object, or something like that. Subject is the word that perform the function. Object is the word. These are the classical definition of something like that. Then we have recent developments like communicative language learning, corpus-based language learning, where we have at least seen some of the papers earlier. Now I am just concluding. The dual relationship between linguistics and language teaching is important for language pedagogy. Continuing developments in linguistic theory and language teaching theory, as well as the constant changes in the language itself, demand the permanent study of language and the relation between linguistic theory and the language teaching or language pedagogy. Thank you so much.
Thank you for this lovely presentation on the importance of linguistics in language education. Thank you, Professor. Now, our second presenter is the research scholar, Faiz Anam. Are you available, Faiz?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here, sir. Could you please give me?
Faiz Anam.
I'm here.
Faiz Anam, I'm here. Department of English Language Scholar at Department of English Language and Literature, TKM College of Arts and Science, Kollam, University of Kerala, India. He will give a presentation on approaches, methods, and techniques in language learning and overview. Please start your presentation, Faisal Anam. Mr. Faisal?
Yeah, I'm here, doctor. So, are my slides visible?
Dr. Amin?
Yes, they are coming. They are coming. Yes, maximize, please. Make it full.
Okay, now it is okay.
Yes, go on, please.
Okay, I'm audible.
You are very audible.
Yeah, my voice is clear.
Yes, I did. You can just go to the first slide.
Thank you, Dr. Mursal Haidara, and also thank you for the organizers for this webinar, for giving me this opportunity to present my paper here. Actually, it is very difficult task for me to present after the presentation of Professor Shanafaz, but I will do my best. Let me take you to the title of my presentation, that is Approaches, Methods, Techniques in Language Learning and Overview. So I mean here I'm referring to the English language learning. So let me start with the language. So I don't want to go in details in this concept because it has been discussed by the previous presenter, but I can share with you two concepts or two things. Language, it is something which is learned because it's used as a means of communication. As a language, we need to communicate with each other, so we need language. And humans need to communicate and interact with each other in order to express their ideas and feelings and thoughts among each other. So, and I can move to learning. What do you mean by learning? Actually, if we don't know something before, so we have to learn it. In that time, we acquire some knowledge about that thing, and we learn that thing. And also, it is a change in behavior as a result of experience or a result of practice. Then, according to Alan Burchard, he defines learning as the individual process of constructing understanding based on experience from a wide range of sources. Then either formal or informal. So we can learn language formally by going to the classroom, sitting inside the classroom, listening to the teachers, participate with the teachers, and in that thing we can learn a language. And in another side, we can learn a language informally in the community, with the conversation with the community, speaking inside our home. By following or watching TV, following movies, then the language learning will be occur if the learners feel security for the learning process. For example, if the learners go to the classroom and feel very comfortable with the teacher, and the teacher motivate and encourage him, so definitely he will learn the language, and vice versa. Then what is the purpose of language learning is to learn how to use the language to communicate in the right way. Then we can to approach, and approach, it is a set of principles, beliefs, and ideas of learning or about the nature of teaching that is translated in the classroom. And also it is a theoretical view of what language is and how it can be learned. As we know, we have many examples of approaches, but according to the limitation of time, I'm going to give a little bit about, or briefly about, two approaches, that structural approach and functional communicative approach. So a structural approach, it is considered learning language as it is in focusing on grammar and syntax to learn a language. So it means it produces a lot of sentences. Then in that sentences, learning language can be happen. Then focus on rules memorization. The structural approach, he emphasized on memorize the rules and grammar to achieve a high level of proficiency in a language. Speaking and listening skills are also emphasized and focused through the structural approach. Then functional communicative approach. It is emphasizing on spoken language over written language. Consider that language is a way of communication, not as a set of grammar rules as we discussed in the structural approach. Then we come to the method. So we mean by method is a systematic way of doing something, or we can say that method is the application of theories that introduced by the approach, and the application or it is applied inside the classroom according to many steps. And also method it is detailed steps and procedures followed by the learners in language learning. We have also many methods, and I will discuss briefly also for four or five methods. So I can start with grammar translation method. So at the time of teaching or at the time of learning, so the grammar translation method, it is focusing on the mother tongue. So it ignores the target language, and they give much importance for the mother tongue in order to achieve learning or teaching. At the same time, learner inside the classroom at the time of using grammar translation method, inside the classroom, learner is passive. He didn't get, or he doesn't get a chance or the opportunity to practice, to express his idea and feelings and participate in the classroom. Only he is sitting inside the classroom, listening to the teachers, and also apply the orders that coming from the teachers. Then vocabulary and grammar are emphasized also. Reading and writing skills are the primary skills that students depend on, whether the other skills are neglected and ignored in the grammar translation method. Direct method also there is, and also by the way, I would like to mention here a direct method. What I have, what I have got it from this webinar yesterday. One presented tell some information about that. He summarized that. He said direct method means using English or teaching English by English. So it means no chance for using the mother tongue, only they focus on the target language. The students are very active because they have the opportunity to communicate their skills and also to practice and to participate. Communication skills will be developed. Then oral communication skills are built up in a carefully grade. That it is the purpose of direct method. Then the audio-lingual method that gives a great importance. It is attached to pronunciation. Very little use of the mother tongue by the teachers only inside the classroom. Maybe he sometimes not familiar with the students themselves inside the classroom. So in this situation, the teachers, they have to or not, they are going to use the mother tongue to convey the meaning to the students, and they can understand easily. Then we have the silent way method, that teacher silence encourages students to produce as much as language as possible, because the role of the teacher in this method is as a facilitator of the learning process. Then the role of the students will be active. Then they talk a lot and they participate. Learning also in this method is facilitated. So here the students depends on their creation and their discovery to learn the language, rather than remembers and repetition is there. Learning also is facilitated by accompanying physical objects coming to the class with the real physical objects. Then the meaning of that thing or the vocabulary will stay longer in the mind of the students. To the okay, I'm going to finish. Then techniques. So what do you mean by techniques? Various activities done by teachers or students in the classroom. Technique also is something that actually takes place in language teaching or learning in the classroom. Then I come to conclusion. Approach. What conclusion is a set of assumptions dealing with the nature of the language and the nature of the teaching, the nature of learning. Whether approach, it is an method, an overall plan for systematic presentation of language based upon a selected approach. Then techniques, it is specific activities used in the classroom that are consistent with the method and therefore in harmony with an approach. So in this diagram we see here, that's approach, that the big part, and the other one is method, and the last small one is techniques. Thank you so much, and thank you.
Thank you, Faisal Anam, for this informative presentation. Now it is time to introduce Dr. Amin Al-Gamal. He's going to give a presentation on teaching beyond the concept of method. Dr. Amin, are you available?
I should
Yeah,
be missing. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. It's myself, Amin Ali Al-Gamal. I am an English teacher in the English language department, Faculty of Education, Thamar University in Yemen. And I have completed my PhD in linguistics, specifically in phonology and English language teaching at the University of Kerala, and my master's and bachelor were from King Abdulaziz University in Jeddah, KSA. So I will go directly to my topic. My topic has been already discussed, which means that my presentation is over. I will not make it long because all the people are speaking about the methods, and now we are going also to speak about beyond the concept of method. We need up-to-date teachers. And you know what happened in the beginning of 2020, when the schools were closed and universities, they were closed. No one has opened even online. Why? Because the teachers were not prepared for an alternative method, which means to teach online. So the most influential and widespread method was using the WhatsApp. Why WhatsApp? Because we are familiar with that WhatsApp. I myself, in the beginning of 2020, I was suffering with Zoom, Google Meet, Google Classrooms, and all these online teaching tools and mediums. And that's why today we become very familiar with these tools, and we are coping with the situations, and we are becoming up to date. We are dealing with the situation, and now we are teaching online instead of offline. So in the past 100 years, we have observed a number of methods. As my dear Faisal, the Pro-Vice Chancellor, and Professor Lab, all the people have spoken about these issues, and hence brand names have been proposed, and even schools were opened under the names of the founders of the methods. And if we take just a quick background, I will not make my presentation long. We have this history from the grammar translation method, which appeared in the 18th century, and then the direct method and the audiolingual method, which is called the army method. That one has been developed in America, specifically after the Second World War, where they trained their soldiers and people to be familiar with the other languages, especially the lands that they were occupying. So the silent way was there, and then the CLA and many others. And these are the approaches, like the structural approach that takes care of the vocabulary and grammar, and the reading, and Suggestopedia, and the Suggestopedia today, the total physical response, and all these. And we come to the communicative approach, and today we have post-communicative approach, because the latest was the communicative, that we should teach the language communicatively, but now we are beyond that notion and that concept. Let's here look at 4 opinions. They are expressing their opinions on the methodologies, the strategies, the techniques of teaching the languages and learning the languages. For example, Richard and Rogers, they have the opinion that applying procedures and techniques developed by others. They mean here, we have researchers at universities, and we have teachers at schools. Those researchers and professors in the universities, they are developing theories. And who is consuming? The teachers at schools. Here, there is no compatibility, which means that the teacher is consuming something that sometimes he doesn't understand. And that's why we fail as teachers at schools to follow these and apply the methods of different teaching methods at our schools. But the point of Richard and Roger is that for inexperienced teachers, it is okay. It is fine to read about the methods and strategies of teaching and try to follow them until you become fine. Once you are okay, you can start proposing and applying your theory, as we will come next in the next slides, which means you should practice what you theorize
and theorize, which means you develop theories from your teaching. Don't wait for others who are far from you, who don't know your situation, your class, and your school, and they propose solutions for you. So here, the second opinion is by Brown. By Brown here, he's stating that methods are too prescriptive. Professor Shanabas has defined the term prescriptive, which means they are like when you go to the physician, to the doctor, and then the pharmacist, then he gives you prescriptions that take this, and take that. So you are going to be restricted and under constraints. And the third opinion here, he argues that the methods represent interested knowledge by those who are dominant. For example, it's very difficult for us to take all the ideas from the other powers and apply them in our situation, and how we can get our learners benefit from learning such a language, because we need the outcome. The outcome should be productive. So the fourth opinion, and this opinion is by Kumara Develu. He has developed what is called post-method approach, and this is a very recent production, and he has a book, contains 10 chapters. If somebody is interested, that's a great book, in fact, and I am planning to do even my further studies on the post-method era, or the post-method approaches. So what he said here, he said that there is no, or there is a best method out there, ready and waiting to be discovered. There are other methods, they need somebody to discover them. For example, now, in the situation of 2020, we are not using most of our traditional approaches and even tools, the chalk, the whiteboard, even the whiteboard that has been introduced lately after the blackboard. Now it is not anymore used. We are using now technological devices. So there are many other methods that are waiting for us as researchers and educators to discover. He said in the second point, method constitutes the organizing principle for language teaching. And then the method has a universal and please, those who are interrupting, mute yourselves. Now, the theorists, as we have mentioned in the beginning, in the introductory part, there are people who are theorizing, and they are sending their theories to the teachers to apply them. The teachers suffer to understand the method or the theory rather than to apply it. So he is arguing in that point. And here, as a post-method teacher, what are our rules? Our rules will be like to be autonomous. We should be independent. We shouldn't be dominated by many theories that we don't apply. They don't work in our environment, because every class is unique. Even every student is unique. We cannot produce as many theories as the number of students, but the teacher can do that in his school or in her school. And we are in fact, we are still there in the center, because there are some approaches or some ideas that say eliminate the middleman. The middleman is the teacher. How can we eliminate the middleman? And he is running the whole process. So we should be there in the center. Nobody can eliminate us. So similarly, we should be inquiry oriented rather than information oriented, which means we shouldn't spoon feed the learners. We should help them in case of developing their critical thinking, how to ask questions, how to solve the problems. So problem solvers, teachers are very fine, and then we should be practitioners and researchers. I am so sorry to announce in this conference that many of the teachers at schools, they become only teachers. They never try to be researchers. We need to see some papers published from schools rather than from colleges and universities, because most of these colleges and universities papers are for recognition, for promotion, for being familiar with others, being popular. We need teachers from schools to report the situations that they are dealing with. I have conducted some research at schools, at classes, but it is only one-time research. It is sometimes one day visit, and then I generate the results and I make them general to the public. So we should be also self-analyzed. We have to equip our learners how to analyze, how to be analytical, how to be thinkers, rather than for the exams. Exams are a mean for judging the level of the students, and sometimes there are smart students who fail. and there are the others who pass. And then this is the point of the post-method era supporters, that we should theorize from our practice. As teachers, we should develop theories from where? From our practices, from our teaching. Similarly, we should practice what we are going to theorize. Why I have to wait for somebody? Sometimes he is not from my environment and he doesn't know our situation to send me a theory. I can develop a theory based on my observation inside the class that I am handling. I hope that I will not take time, because we are waiting now for the next presenter who will present practically. So let me conclude with these points. Taking practical action to resolve classroom problems is of top importance for the teachers. Just take practical start. If you couldn't start in the past, start from now. And also we should design our micro strategies which match with our classroom context. Ticks and low ticks, high techniques and high devices, low devices. We can start with the low devices that are free and accessible. But today we should cope with the situation, and we have to deal with the high devices and high tools, like using the technology specifically as we are delivering our classes and helping our learners online. And unfortunately, we are missing them. We don't see them for a long time. But time will come, and then we will meet again with more knowledge, more experience, and more skills. And the teachers should use different approaches and methods and understand when they might be useful. Yes, there is one method that works in one particular place. There is one approach that works also in another place, but not one particular approach or method for all the situations. We can, as teachers, read the theories, the approaches, then we can develop ours. We can design, which means, in short, we should be eclectic. We should be eclectic people and apply the eclectic approach. With this, I come to the conclusion to my presentation. Thank you, my dear friends, and I wish you all the best. And I invite Dr. Mursal to invite the next.
Thank you, Dr. for this insightful presentation, which highlights the importance of that the teacher should be creative in finding individual approach, because learners learn differently at different rhythms. So thank you, Dr. Amin. Our last presenter is Dr. Sajina Shokur. She's postdoctoral in linguistics, Government Girls Higher Secondary School, Madai, Kanur, Kerala. She will make a presentation on English education at higher secondary level in Kerala, perspectives of a teacher, trainer, and curriculum developer. Are you there, Dr. Sajina?
Yes. Yes, I'm available here.
Yes.
In the class.
Yes, please make your presentation. Give your presentation.
So my topic is, good evening, one and all. My topic is English education at higher secondary level in Kerala, with the perspectives of a teacher, trainer, and curriculum developer. And this is the result of my personal experience as a teacher, practicing teacher, and a trainer in the field level training, and a member in the curriculum development team with the State Council of Educational Research and Training in Kerala. So the thought is triggered by the stark reality in the present education scenario in Kerala, that even after 12 years of schooling, with English as a compulsory subject, the students left the school. Students generally leave the school with a lot of inhibitions, and they are not competent, or they are not effective user of language. So I propose a learning teaching model which is named Kata model, that is karate. That's a portmanteau word for karate and tai chi, and it comes from my two studies, doctoral study and postdoctoral study, which establishes a link between the first doctoral study, which established a link between the martial art karate and linguistic performance in English, and the second study that established a link between another martial art tai chi and teaching effectiveness.
So because of the time constraint, I think I should do some demo, some 2 or 3 techniques I have used. I really I have done a case study with this karate and tai chi on an experimental group, and it was successful. And in the end, the results were that it improved karate. Their 4 basic skills, LSRW, and the 42 form Tai Chi, that martial art, when it was given as a positive intervention to the practicing teachers, they have improved to a considerable amount in their teaching efficacy and linguistic competency. So I would, as requested by Dr. Amin, I would go for a demonstration of some techniques, which I have incorporated in my method.
Okay, with your kind permission, let me.
Yes.
Okay, now Dr. Sajina will present her topic practically. She will demonstrate how she conducted her research, and I hope that you will entertain. I will just show the camera. She is here, and she will be acting practically on her topic. No sound, right? You are not going to speak. No sound. In this practice, there is no sound. She will everything will be like silent, and so don't panic that there is no audio, because this practice is done silently.
The first one was karate. The first act was karate. Now she will go to Tai Chi. So now she will explain how these kind of martial arts sports help the learners in terms of holding the pens and etc. She will explain. Come please.
Because of the time constraint and space constraint, I could not demonstrate fully what I have given to the students and the teachers. So only a few moments were demonstrated now. So from the first one, it was a karate. It was a black belt kata I have given to the students as part of my experimental package. And from the 30 hours of karate training, it has been found that their listening, speaking, reading, and writing skills were much better than the substantially more than the control group. And I have proposed the theory of karate. My theory is given as karate, and it is karate as reinforcement and teaching English. Acronym is karate. And the theory states that if adolescent learners are taught English along with karate lessons in proper sequential order, the latter shall act as reinforcement, modifying their personality factors and learning strategies, and subsequently producing desirable learning outcomes, especially the basic linguistic skills, listening. That was a theory I proposed after my doctoral study, karate and linguistic performance in English. And my then the second one, my postdoctoral study was about it was with the topic effectiveness of Tai Chi on language teaching. And for the teachers, I have selected Tai Chi because it was so slow, rhythmic, as we have seen in the second session. But karate was more brisk, and it requires a lot of energy. Actually, Tai Chi also requires a lot of energy, but it does while doing it, we do not feel that we are exerting ourselves. So that is why it is given for teachers of more age. Then after the study, it was a one group pre-test posters design, and 20 teachers were selected for doing this for the as the experimental group, and it established the relationship between teaching effectiveness and linguistic competency with Tai Chi training. And I have devised 3 sets of questionnaires: self-rating scale, peer rating scale, and student rating scale. And after that, it was found that the teaching effectiveness and linguistic competency has hiked from 70% to 85% according to the self-rating scale, and the according to the peer rating scale, that is the teachers, their colleagues rated them 35% to 75%. That also there was a hike. And as far as student rating scales are concerned, the students also marked that there was a 50% improvement from what were the before Tai Chi training. And thus I have proposed a teaching learning model, a new approach to be used in the curriculum development for learners as well as the teachers. That is Kata model of language learning and teaching. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Now let's open our session for discussion. Can you share your comments? I call the participants to share their comments and raise their questions. Dr. Amin, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Now it is open for discussion. We are ready for the questions, the comments, any clarifications are required.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, participants, can you raise your questions, share your comments? Yes. Yes, please go. Come. Okay, ask your question.
Thank you very much. Particularly, I would like to ask Dr. Fasil, Anma, and Dr. Amin. It was really, first of all, it was really a very nice presentation. We have learned a lot. Said this, different types of language teaching methods and approaches. And as you mentioned, currently we are practicing beyond methodist, which is a eclectic approach. Still, abuse the applicability of eclectic or beyond methodist approach, because we have different learning styles, different, students have
Investigate new methods that would increase the effectiveness of teaching English.
Thank you so much, sir. And we hope that all the participants have learned from the different approaches that have been presented, different people from different countries on different topics. And we will be sending the PowerPoints to those who will receive the certificates, because we will again check our report who has spent the minimum time of attendance, and then we will generate the certificates. At the same time, we will send them later the PowerPoints to their emails. So thank you very much for being with us, and we wish you all the best, sir, and hope that we will meet again, either in our universities in Yemen or in such occasions like the present one. Thank you, sir. Well, with the permission of our wonderful audience, we still have 2 of our team to present their papers in 10 minutes, 5 minutes each. So please be with us. Then we will have the final word after 10 minutes. So I invite Professor Shanabas to chair the session, and I invite Urmila to present her topic.
Good afternoon. This is the last session, technical session of this seminar. We have only two papers. We have with us two team members. They are teachers of English at a prestigious college in Trivandrum called His Highness the Maharaja College. It is a around 200 years old college. It's one of the biggest college in the Trivandrum where I studied my graduation. I'm so fascinated about that college. Here we have the first paper presentation by Urmila K, and her title is Teaching English at the Territory Level, Importance of Need-Based Analysis in the Syllabus Preparation. Here is Urmila.
No, not now. You can present orally. You can present orally.
Okay.
You should have told us earlier. Bring it here. Bring it up here.
Yes. So, based on the requirements of the students in the higher education, 2005 states that the goals of teaching English in India are twofold. One is acquiring a basic proficiency, as in the case of the mother tongue, and developing language into an instrument for abstract thought and knowledge acquisition. Now, a brief overview of teaching of English in Kerala. The education system in Kerala is in the pattern of 4+3+3+2+3, where you have the lower primary from first to fourth standards, upper primary from 5th to 7th, secondary from 8th to 10th, and higher onward. It also serves as a preparatory course that enables the students to pursue higher studies. The second language demands at the tertiary level is based on and draws from the language learning accomplished in the higher secondary teaching. At the secondary level, it must be able to fulfill the basic aims of second language learning. The assumption is that a higher secondary school living student, he has acquired enough English to cope with the demands of higher education in the medium of English. He will be required to listen to lectures delivered in English, take notes, read and comprehend subject matter from books, write assignments, examinations, etc. in this medium. Obviously, India being English is required to play the role of a lingua franca in the context of interstate movement and communication. Now, a brief overview of the syllabus of English taught in Kerala University. English is taught in the first 4 semesters of the 3-year degree course. 6 papers are handled by teachers, even though one of them is environmental studies, which is included as a mandatory subject in the undergraduate level. Other papers include listening, speaking and reading, writings on contemporary issues, modern English grammar, writing and presentation skills, and readings in literature. Now, I'll just brief the objectives and aims of these courses. These papers introduced in the Kerala University. A summary of the existing objectives of teaching English. First is to sensitize students to the aesthetic, cultural and social aspects of sensitize the students to the aesthetic, cultural and social aspect of literature, to help them analyze and appreciate literary texts and to read it critically, to enable them produce grammatically and idiomatically correct language, improve their reference skills, take notes, refer and document data and materials, prepare and present seminar papers and project reports effectively, and to sensitize students to the major issues in the society and the world. Now, regarding the syllabus, of course, there are some problems with this.
and the problems that I have identified. Language is made of sounds, and this basic unit of language should be introduced at an earlier stage itself. Delaying the introduction of phonetics and phonology to the tertiary level would bring irreparable damage to the pronunciation and in turn to the speaking and listening skills of the learner. A systematic intervention in the areas of phonological awareness at an earlier level is required to develop other skills also. Now, next point that I would add is stress should be given to academic writing and presentation skills. Now, so since it is a need-based analysis of the syllabus, what are the possible requirements at the tertiary level? Tertiary level language teaching need to address various aspects of language like teaching like social, cultural, aesthetic, literary career, etc. Must be able to improve the listening, speaking skills for conference seminars, etc. It must help the students to build vocabulary, especially within the students' academic discipline, building confidence and raising students' motivation in language learning, to develop their critical thinking faculties. Various academic writing styles could also be introduced at this level so that they could write academic papers with proper punctuation and citation to develop soft skills that would help in their professional life. Now, what are the instructional strategies that you could adopt, or what are things that you could do in the syllabus preparation? Provide opportunities in the classrooms to engage in structured academic talk, ensure structured and proper independent reading of English in their discipline, use challenging narratives and expository text to teach comprehension strategies and critical thinking faculty. Academic writing and reading could be extended to the study of their discipline so that the practical application is possible in their discipline. Now, language learning, of course, it's a process of mastering acquisition of skills. Gain mastery of each part and incorporate it into their knowledge of the target language. So, language curriculum development, it should start with determining how syllabus design can address the specific needs and wants of the learners. The learners are often seen as the best judges of their own needs and wants because they know what they can and cannot do with the target language and what language skills are most essential. The fundamental goal is the basic proficiency. The second and higher goal is the development of language into an instrument for abstract thought and knowledge acquisition. And these higher order skills could be attained, could be developed after the fundamental competence is acquired. The planning of teaching at the tertiary level cannot be done in isolation from +2 or the equivalent level, which is considered as essential qualification for entry into the tertiary level. The educational objectives of teaching English at this level have to be dovetailed with the targets of the earlier stage. It's based on the entry level of the learners that the terminal behavior of the course is determined. In other words, each stage in the teaching of English has to be linked with the stages coming before and after it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Urmila. Now I invite Dr. Almunira on her title with the title Online Teaching Under COVID Corona, Prospects and Tactics in ESL Classrooms. Dr. Almunira.
Good evening. I'll be dealing with the topic online teaching under COVID paranoia, prospects and practice in ESL classrooms. So the background of the study is COVID-19 has significantly disrupted the world. Education amidst COVID paranoia impacts teachers, learners, and parents in the initial stages. Gradually, teachers equipped themselves with the new gadgets and make use of the possibilities of online teaching. Now, the learners and teachers across the world are flaunting with their latest mobile handsets and laptops, seeking novel ways to reach new horizons of knowledge. This paper attempts to trace the trepidations of language teachers for online teaching in the beginning stage and how the new possibilities can be exploited in ESL classrooms. Due to time constraint, I'll be summing up my paper. So we are talking about online teaching and learning. But while we talk about this online classes, there are two kinds of online classes. One is courses particularly designed for online purposes itself. But now we are talking actually about the online classes in which the conventional classrooms, which had to adapt new ways of learning on digital platforms. So here we have a difficulty that our syllabus is not suited for online classes exactly. Conventional classrooms were suddenly shifted to adapt new ways. And the key benefits of online teaching are the increased flexibility of time. That is, it is somewhat beyond space as we do it now here. and there is increased flexibility of time also, then increased flexibility of location, then information sharing happens easily. And as we are in this online mode, we make use of maximum online resources. These are the key benefits. Sorry. So at the same time, there are some key restrictions, because here we can see a child sitting with her mobile handset in her, but there is a lack of internet connection, and there may be some inability to use technology, some lack of access to technology, etc. And there is one more problem is there. The major problem that I found is that information overload and isolation. That is, children are being isolated, as Preeta has presented in the morning session. That is, children, they were enjoying their classes earlier. Now they feel there is one problem with teachers also. Information is overloaded. We can have lot of information from that is our Google and all those things. Whenever we want to teach a particular portion, as lot of information is available, teachers are overloading with information, and the students are baffled which one to be selected and which one to be neglected, and like that. So information overload is also there, and we have to restrict this information. Then we have to relate it with second language learning. Second language learning, when we speak about this, that is, this also happens at 2 different levels. I believe that all of us are familiar with Krashen's acquisition learning hypothesis and all those things. So sometimes we say that mother tongue language is being taught. So here we know that, but it's sure that second language learning also happens. One is formal, that is planned as and systematic in classroom-based learning, and also happens informally, that is incidental instances in which the language is being picked up. Then there are a number of learning theories reflecting the fact that the field of ELT continues to develop and flourish. But no single theoretical position has achieved dominance, and new theoretical orientations continue to appear, and we incline towards a pluralist view of L2 pricing. That is, the morning sessions and such kind of social experiences. This is actually a quote from Douglas Fir group, and not completely, but I would like to focus that there are 3 level and methodological advances which pay greater attention to internet-based language learning. So due to time constraint, I'll be focusing only on one thing, that is MOGUL, that is MOGUL, that's the acronym for Modular Online Growth and Use of Language. It is proposed by Sharwood Smith and John Truscott. And the basic view of MOGUL regarding language learning, whether it is L1 or L2, is usage-based theories, and there is no requirement for any distinctive language acquisition device. So it is somewhat in opposition to Chomsky's UG, but that is as according to them. But as far as the development is concerned, it shows a clear commitment to acquisition by processing theory, that is usage-based language learning process. That is what they focus. So it is Marsden, Mitchell, and Miles. I think you are all familiar with that. Is when we talk about language learning, we talk about the 3 R's: reading, writing, and rhetoric. Like that. Then when we think about this language learning theories, we have 3 M's. They are Marsden, Mitchell, and Miles. That is, one is a cognitive linguist, and the other one is a pure linguist, and one an educationist. Then conclusion of this paper is this, that is according to Marsden et al. And the other that is authors, they draw on MOGUL as a transition theory to explain the changing performances of the participants at different proficiency level, and they also draw on MOGUL to explore the relationship between instructed and learned knowledge outside the language module. That is, the teacher can go out of the language module prescribed so as to suit the need of the learners, and the products of ongoing processing within the module. This is a promising initiative, though it remains to be seen how quickly the hypothesis associated with MOGUL will be tested and further developed by larger research groups. And so it is time for teachers and researchers in this field to explore it for a better teaching learning experience in online ESL classrooms for its novelty and variety. Due to time constraint, I had to cut short some of the areas of my paper. Anyway, thank you for being with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Manira. This paper is open for question and answering only for 2 minutes.
Anybody?
Anybody? Okay, thank you, Albanira and Formula for their presentation. Now the technical session is over. Now we are going to the conclusion session. And we have with us a book release also.
So, dear friends, thank you very much for being with us, staying with us until this time. And now we will have the book release that has been published lately in the Department of Linguistics, in which Professor Shanabas and me, myself, Amin al-Jamal, Dr. Sajina, and also Mr. Isa Ali, they were the editors of that book. I will share the book now. And 9 researchers and educators, they have contributed in that volume, in which they presented their papers in the conference that took place last year, specifically in January 15th and 17th, 2019. And the topic of that conference, it was an international conference, but not like this one, it was offline. The topic of that conference was the relation between stylistics and linguistics. And we have got one presenter today who presented before me, Mr. Faisal An'am. He is one of the authors in that particular book. This is the cover of the book, as you can see, the relation between stylistics and linguistics, published by the Department of Linguistics, University of Kerala. And this is the back cover of the book with international serial number. And these are the papers that have been presented in the conference. The conference adopted and accommodated a number of presenters and researchers and papers, but these are the 9 papers that have been selected, and they met the requirement for the publication. So with this, we come to the end of the session of the book release. Shanabas sir, he would like to say something now. He will speak for some time. Yeah. You can call her.
Professor Sridevi ma'am. She was the professor and head department of English, Calicut University. She will officially release the book. She is available now. I request Professor Sridevi to formally introduce the book and release the book in official manner.
Can you call her?
She was there.
Call her here online. Call her online. Maybe she's here.
Professor Sridevi. Ma'am, are you available?
Otherwise, share with us the release of the book, because she was the one who wrote the foreword of the book. Fine, otherwise we will call her live, then you can hear her opinion.
അല്ല അപ്പൊ ടീച്ചറ് ഫോണിലൂടെ സംസാരിച്ചാൽ മതി. ഓ ഞങ്ങളിപ്പോ ഇത് സ്പീക്കറിൽ ഇട്ട് കൊടുക്കാം. അല്ല ടീച്ചർ ഇതിൽ സംസാരിച്ച ഇതിലൂടെ സംസാരിച്ചാൽ മതി.
Open the speaker, then they will hear.
അതെ അതെ ഇപ്പൊ ടീച്ചറിനെ ഞങ്ങൾ വിളിച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞു.
Tell her to unmute herself.
She is not online.
Okay, we can through the phone. She can see something.
അങ്ങനെ ടീച്ചറെ അതെ റിലീസ് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് സംസാരിക്കണം. എന്നിട്ട് സെമിനാറിനെ പറ്റി. അതെ അതെ.
What is the? I need to see the speaker. Now, 3DV ma'am, she will speak about some words about the book that I will also share again. Yes, ma'am. You can.
Good evening to you. Let me first release the book, The title of the book is Relation Between Stylistics and Linguistics. Have a look at the title, okay?
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah, you are fine.
Okay, did you get? Hello?
Yes.
Function you are doing, okay?
Yes, ma'am. You can go on for 1 minute. She's online. She's online.
Okay, ma'am, please. You're online.
Okay. The International Conference on English Language Teaching is a great academic event of the year for language teachers and learners. I congratulate the Department of Linguistics, University of Kerala and Thamar University of Yemen for this combined venture. English language teaching and learning is an evergreen topic of discussion right from the British period till today. In spite of the decades of discussion, there is no consensus on a unified technique for the whole area. Many methods were tried and different strategies were adopted by the English teachers collectively and personally. Still, we are in search of suitable lines for teaching English. This search indicates that we are not satisfied with the English language teaching learning scenario. This is because of the length and breadth of the English language in terms of its users, the varying needs at hand, and the inadequacy of teaching the language. Many well-studied papers were presented in this conference, each one focusing on different aspects of English language teaching from different perspectives of learning and teaching, varied experiences and varying contexts. The sharing of experiences and ideas are of real use for the academia working in this area, making the conference very fruitful. All the speakers were airing valuable points to be discussed. The Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ajay Kumar himself, being an English teacher, was pointing out the imperative need of English education and that too to learn good English within quotes, and its correct usages. He also suggests English is essential for different areas of knowledge procurement, such as the scientific world and other areas, professional education, etc. He also rightly points out that we often learn from our own experiences and we can formulate theories and different theories based on our experience, and different societies can frame their different strategies. Professor in the plenary session presented a paper on a very interesting topic. His paper was really interesting, and he was thinking differently and proves eraser is the answer to the problems in language learning, and that is why an English teacher cannot keep a diary for teaching, because eraser is something that which gives a student confidence also, because it provides him a space for erasing what is wrong and rewriting what is right. He redefining English, how English and soft skills are important in the journey from campus to the corporate, and discussing Dr. Murali Krishnan states from his own experience that community engagement is the effective context for language learning. Anandam Majumdar states that conversation is important in language learning. And in this context, I think that one of the young scholars in the Department of Linguistics is completing a PhD dissertation on relation between English language teaching learning as well as the interaction between the local and the foreign tourists in the context of tourist destinations in Kerala. This is also something which we can take into consideration. At this point, we see that the Farthian concept of context of situation is very crucial for language learning, because context is being emphasized by many speakers, so that we can compartmentalize the various contexts in which we need to use English language and give special training by the teachers and take cues from the teachers by the learners. The conference, from the very title itself, focuses on language teaching and learning in ESL, EFL settings. And the deliberations covered the various aspects of this theme from scholars across the world. I presume that this virtual conference was successful in all its sense and spirit. I congratulate Dr. Shanavas and Dr. Amin, who were steering this event with expertise. I wish them success in future, and I thank for this opportunity given to me for this event. Thank you. Thank you, Manandra.
Thank you very much, dear ma'am. Thank you very much. And now I would like to invite Dr. Sajina to recite the summary of the conference in 1 minute, please.
Good evening, one and all. Here we have come to the end of the session of the whole conference, International Virtual Conference on Language Teaching and Learning in ESL, EFL settings, status and prospects. The day one, the whole conference was inaugurated by PP Ajay Kumar, Professor in English and Vice Chancellor of Pro-Vice Chancellor with the University of Kerala. We had 5 plenary sessions, stalwarts in English language and literature, delivering brainstorming lectures, and then we had the technical sessions, 9 technical sessions with the 2 days having 33 wonderful presentations presented by eminent personalities from Yemen, Egypt, Malaysia, China, US, Saudi Arabia, Ethiopia, India, and so many other countries too. And all these sessions were chaired by great personalities in English language and literature. And I thank all the organizers and participants for your valuable presence. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Dr. Sajina. And by this, we come to the end of our wonderful conference. Now, I would like to invite Professor Shanavas if he wants to say something to the beautiful and wonderful audience and participants who are still with us till now. Yes, sir.
Once again, welcome all for this closing ceremony of this 2-day international seminar, virtual seminar. It was on English language teaching and learning. So there were 37 papers. 33 papers and 6 plenary sessions. 5. Okay. Anyway, it was a wonderful experience for the Department of Linguistics, University of Kerala, and we are very thankful to the authorities of Thamar University for associating with us. It is because of the presence of Dr. Ami. He is my student. He did his PhD under my guidance, and I am so happy and I'm so delighted to express my thanks to Dr. Ami, who was the real spirit behind this seminar, and because of him only this seminar could be this much grand success. And on behalf of the University of Kerala, the Department of Linguistics, and those who are associating with me, I make thanks to express my gratitude to the authorities of the Thamar University for associating with me. As suggested by somebody, we will think of holding this seminar as an annual function, annual conference. And I thank the Universities of Kerala, particularly our Pro-Vice Chancellor, the Dean, the other members of the university for wholeheartedly supporting us to conduct this seminar. I thank my departmental crew who are very much with us to hold this seminar. Particularly Dr. Prema, who was with us for expressing the vote of thanks for the inaugural function. Dr. Kunyamma, Dr. Darwin, those the faculty members of the department, they are also with us. The teachers and non-teaching staff, all the students, scholars, and research scholars who are with us to hold this function as a great success. And I also express my thanks to Mr. Bhaskar Palad, who was very well with us in initiating this seminar and making the program grand success. I thank Mr. Sajina Shukur, Dr. Omala, Dr. Munira for their support. I thank Mr. Shaktivel and Shruti, Walid, Abdul Rahman, Mr. Jamil, etc. for their support and cooperation. I once again express my gratitude to my dear student Amin for making this event great success, and of course with the blessings of Almighty, I express my Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah to my Almighty God for such a great success. On behalf of the Department of Linguistics, University of Kerala, I once again thank everybody. I also thank Professor Sridevi for making this birthday address and releasing the book. She's my teacher, beloved teacher, and always with us in every occasion. I thank you, ma'am, for making the event the closing. Thank you, one and all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my dear all. Thank you to the University of Kerala, Thamar University for this cooperation. Thank you for the plenary speakers. Thank you for the chairperson. Thank you for all the wonderful presenters. Thank you for all the delegates, the participants who kept with us for 2 days. And with regard to the certificates, they will be issued within 2 weeks or less than that. We will start working from tomorrow. Please give us a relaxation this night only. And regarding the PowerPoints, they will be sent to the email of those who are going to receive the certificates. And based on the report that we will track. The ones who have attended the minimum percentage, we will give them the certificate as well as the PowerPoint so they can get benefit. With regard to the tracks, we have already shared for more than 5 days, and today also I have posted the link for downloading all the tracks, and I will be pasting it again now. Now I will paste for those who are interested in the tracks. They can download from here, and then special thanks to the team who were behind this success and this kind of coordination. Thank you to all of them. Professor Shanabas has mentioned them in names. I don't like to repeat, but thank you for all our friends from Yemen and from India who cooperated and worked with us as a very wonderful team. And thank you to everyone. We wish you all the best. With regard to the publications, this will be another announcement through the channels that we announced for the conference and for the follow-up papers. Thank you very much all, and we wish you all the best. God be with you, and God bless everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
If you want, if someone,